Welcome and thank you for taking this course. We need to start by preparing our local environment, all right? Like our lab. Let's just say our lab where we're gonna do everything, all right? And we're gonna start with let's start with some of the things we need. We need a server, all right? And we need a database, all right? And we need a scripting language. Okay, we need three things. All right, now I don't want to start by talking about different types of servers and all that. Let me just go straight to the point. We would need an Apache server. All right, we would need an Apache server, and then we would need MySQL, all right, for this course, and then we will need PHP. So Apache will be our server. All right, let's go with that. MySQL will be our server, our database. MySQL is a very it's a very strong database. I mean, even Facebook can run on MySQL. All right, you can run billions of data on MySQL. So let's go with that. And you're gonna probably use MySQL a lot. And let's go with PHP. PHP is actually one of the most popular server scripting languages. All right. Now, when we say server scripting language, we just mean that when you write your codes, right, and you write your functions, and in your functions you state your instructions. Let's say you instruct your code to get data from a database. All right. Now that code has to be executed not on the front end, but on the server, on the Apache server. All right, which is also communicating with your database, MySQL. So you see, it's like three connections. Yeah, you have the Apache server communicating with the database, and you have the server scripting language, which is PHP, right, executing the codes over there and then bringing back the results to the front end. So we need these three things. All right, now we are lucky to have a lot of software out there that have already combined these three things that we need. All right, one of them is 𝐼s. All right, and if you look at 𝐼s is actually a combination. It's a cross-platform AMP stack, right? So actually, the three things we need, we can call them AMP stacks. All right, we got the Apache for the A, and then M for MySQL, and P for PHP. So 𝐼s is a good local server that you can install. Now 𝐼s actually combines WAMP. If you're using Windows, see, this is W for Windows, and M for Mac, and L for LAMP. So you already get the story. So whichever one you want, you can download. All right, now for this course I'm going to be using XAMPP. All right, now XAMPP is also one of the best local servers that you can install. All right, and I use XAMPP because it's easier for me to configure and use. That's why I use XAMPP. So if you like to use XAMPP, you can use XAMPP. If you want to use AMP, you can use 𝐼s. All right, so whichever one you want to use, just Google it. All right, ZA, right, MPP, and then download download it. All right, so when you click on download, you'll be taken to the download site. You can download XAMPP for Windows, you can download XAMPP for Linux, you can download it for OS Mac also. All right, so I already have it downloaded, so I want you to download this. Make sure you download it. You're downloading it for the right bit. All right, download it and install it, and then after installing, make sure you run it as an admin. After installing, this is what you're going to see. After installing, you'll have to go to your root. All right, go to your C drive or your roots, and then look for XAMPP. All right, XAMPP will be a folder in your root. Just double click on it, and what you want to do is you want to look for the XAMPP control. All right, you want to get to the control panel of XAMPP. All right, so instead of coming back here and clicking on this all the time, you just want to right click on this and create a shortcut to the desktop. All right, so when you run it from the desktop, you're going to see the control panel like this. So this is the XAMPP control panel. All right, now from here you can see the services. All right, we have Apache here, we have MySQL here. All right, now for PHP we will have to download and install a coding software, right, like Brackets or Notepad or Coda or Sublime, something that has PHP. So for now on this server we only have Apache and MySQL as the models. Now what you want to do is start the services. All right, you start them from here and you stop them from here. All right, and you configure them from here. All right, now if you have a software like Skype or any other application that uses what we call ports, because Apache or these models, they use ports to run on. All right, now by default you'll be using port 80 for your Apache. All right, and you'll be using a different port for your MySQL. So what we want to do is change our port numbers, because we don't want them to conflict with other applications that we install in the future. All right, and I'm not talking about just our server environment, but other applications that you might install like Skype and stuff like that. If you read other articles, they would say uninstall Skype, or go to Skype and change the config file, or go to, you know, a whole lot of bunch of stories about, you know, how to deal with this problem. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to deal with this problem in a professional way. We're going to configure our Apache config file so that we can always run this model, this services, without having to conflict it with any other application. All right, so just click on the config here. All right, and then click on the Apache into brackets httpd.config. all right, so you got a test file that opens, and what you want to do is just run excuse me, run listing. All right, so just keep clicking on it and you will see down here you get your listing with the IP address of your server, colon, the port number. So if you started this at the first time, you probably see 80, you see column 80. all right, so what you want to do is change this to maybe 8080 or maybe 9090, you know, 9090 minus 9090, and it works fine for me. All right, so change it to something that is different from 80, because a lot of applications run on port 80. You want to do the same thing for the listing below here also. All right, so you have the same number here and the same number below the listing. All right, the next thing you want to do is look for a server name. All right, server name localhost. That is the name of our server, localhost. So run it, click on it, and you will see down here also that you would have port 80 or some other port. What you want to do is assign this with the same port number that you used for the listing. All right, that's it, you're done. You're done configuring your Apache. All right, so make sure you close this and save this. All right, and click on start. When you click on start, it will start, and when it starts, you'll see that it started, and you would not see any of these red arrows, you know, or any of these, and it will be running. All right, and start your MySQL also. All right, now what else do you want to do? What you want to do is check if it is really configured by clicking on admin here. When you click on admin here, you're going to be taken to this page here. If you can see this, you have successfully configured your Apache server without any conflict, without any hustle. All right, and also you would want to go back and start your PHP admin also. All right, just start that one too, and you'll be taken to this page. So basically, when you look at the address bar, you will see localhost, that is the name of the server, colon, followed by the port number, the one that we just configured, and then the folder that has the file that you're pulling out. All right, so on this page you can see I have localhost. This is my Apache page. Then I have the file, the port number, followed by this folder. Now this folder is the folder that is going to keep all our files. All right, now if you add / and then you put anything here, you're trying to access the files that you created. All right, so now what we have to do is we need to find this folder. I don't know if you have it different, but if you have something like this, all right, without the dashboard, it's cool, just leave it. But if you have this, a folder name followed by coming after the port number, what you want to do is you want to go to your files inside a local drive. All right, and we need to locate that, and all the web applications that we're going to build, we are going to keep them in the htdocs folder here. All right, so find htdocs, which is a folder inside XAMPP on your local drive, double click on it, and then here we see the dashboard here, all right. So what you want to do is right click on the dashboard and also send it to the desktop. All right, because all the files that we're going to create, we're going to keep them inside this dashboard folder so that we can see it here. For example, if I type the name of my this application that we are going to build, when I type it here and I go to like so, see that I pull the application out. All right, so we are going to be working inside this dashboard folder, or whichever folder that is preceding your port number. So that's what you want to do. Again, you want to go back to your root folder, click on XAMPP, click on htdocs, and then right click on the name of the folder. It could be dashboard for you also, and then point it to the desktop. All right, so if you have any problem, let me know from the comments. I will get back to you. I will reply you. I will fix the problem for you. But if you don't have any issue and you're seeing these pages, all right, you're seeing your these pages, then you have successfully configured MySQL and you have configured Apache. On the next lecture, we're going to work on our codes. All right, I mean our coding program, right? Because that's what we need to create and program our codes. All right, so thank you very much. I'll see you on the next lecture. All right, in this course I just want to take a second to fix a bug that I believe most of you are experiencing. When you click on the admin, it takes you to a different page, something like this. It gives you an error. Right now, the reason why you're getting that is very simple, and I'm sorry that I did not touch on it on the previous lecture. All right, now what you need to do is, we have a lot of configs here. All right, now we've already configured this. I think we did this, we configured this, and then we changed the port number and stuff like that. So if you're doing that, then you're probably seeing two ports here. All right, you're seeing port 4433, and then you're seeing the port number that you set. All right, which mine is 9090. So when I actually come over here, all right, and then I change this port number to 9090, I'm gonna get to the dashboard. All right, but that's not how I want us to fix this. Let's just fix it in such a way that when you click on admin, it takes you to the dashboard. All right, so what you need to do is this config. This is the config for the control panel, this one here. All right, and these are the configs for the ports. All right, these are the configs for the port. We've already worked on this config for the Apache port. Right, now what we have to do is we need to click on the control panels config, this one here. All right, now when you click on it, you're going to see below, you're going to see 4 tabs. Right, click on service and port settings, this one right here. When you click on it, you're going to realize that the main port will be listed here. All right, and I believe you're going to get your main port different from what is here, because if it's different, that you're gonna be getting this this error. All right, this error. So what you need to do is just make sure that this main port over here is 9090, or whichever port number that matches your Apache port over here. all right, right here. All right, so we got 4433, which is the SSL port. This is okay, and then we got 9090. So change the main ports to the same port you find here. All right, soon as you do that, just save, and then click on save. All right, on the configuration control panel, just click on save. Now when you click on admin, it should take you directly to localhost 9090 and then to your dashboard. All right, so that's all you got to do, and if you do this, it's going to work. All right, remember to use the config control panel, not the control panel of the port. All right, this one, the config control panel, service and port settings, and then change the main port to match the port number you see in here, and this should be the port number that you set in your in your config when we're configuring the Apache on the previous lecture. As soon as you have that done, everything will be fine. All right, so I thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the course. Welcome. Let's look at code editors. Now, a code editor is basically a software that you're going to use to write your script. Okay, and there are a couple of them out there. One of them is Notepad++. This is a free code editor, but it has limited functionalities. Nevertheless, you can use it to code or program all your codes. All right, and then we have brackets. If you want to edit, download this, just Google it or go to Notepad++ and have it downloaded. I personally use this for editing my CSS files. Okay, so I use this basically for styling. Okay, we have brackets. Brackets is also one of the, if not the most sophisticated free open source text editor out there. All right, excuse me. It's made by Adobe, and it's also cross-platform. If you're looking for a code editor that is free and has almost all the functionalities, all right, and also rivals paid text editors, then you should download Bracket. All right, it has a lot of functionalities, and it's really good for programming. There is Sublime. This is not free, but it is very useful, and it's also cross-platform. All right, you can download it and install it, and you will have to activate it because it's not for free. We have Coda. This works best with Mac users. All right, so if you're a Mac user and you really want to download a paid, you want to use a paid code editor or text editor, then I will advise you to use Coda. But if you don't want to spend any money on a text editor, just download Note+, all right, or Bracket. All right, now let's talk about plugins. Plugins for code editors are extensions that you can use to enhance your coding. All right, if you look at brackets below, before the footer, you will see some of the most popular text plugins. All right, there's Emmet. This one is very useful. I will advise you to download this because we're not gonna have time to actually be coding to code HTML and CSS files. All right, so I would advise you to download Emmet, and also this one, the W3C validation. This is from W3 Schools. Now W3 Schools, I'm not sure if this is a company, but it should be an organization, and that oversees web content. Okay, and you can actually learn a lot here. All right, it's the world's largest web developer site. All right, you can learn a lot here. And what they do is they have a plugin that validates your website, all right, I mean your web content, and they ensure that your web content are up to par. They are basically up to standard. All right, so if and I actually advise all web developers to use this plugin, because we will download it. All right, now this is what I want to tell you something. As a self-taught just like you, I'll advise you to take some time, all right, and visit this site, w3schools.com. If you don't know about this site, now this site you can learn a lot here. Now you should understand that the best way to learn is to familiarize yourself with something, with the content of what you want to know. All right, because basically when you're watching videos like this, you're not watching to read content, you're watching to understand the content, right? But I mean, even the professors will advise you that you need to not understand something and try to understand it later, and that's how you're going to learn better. All right, so if you visit this website, w3schools.com, there are a lot of languages, programming languages here. All right, we're going to be using Bootstrap, we're going to be using jQuery, we're going to be using Ajax, we're going to be using PHP and SQL. So I would advise you to take probably a day or two off. All right, visit the site and go through some of the programming languages that we're going to be using. Excuse me. It's very, very important. All right, you just read it, and then you're not going to understand it, right? But acquainting yourself first with it will help you understand better than getting exposed to it for the first time. So for those of you who are new to web development, I'll advise you to go through these tutorials, all right, and learn it. Just read through it. All right, just read through it, take a day or two off, go through it, and you can take a sample quiz. You can take a sample quiz just to test your knowledge. All right, then you come back to the course. It will help you a lot. It will make you understand twice faster than usual. Okay, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna go straight to the coders and try to download Emmet, install Emmet. All right, and also the validation, the W3 validation. All right, so inside Notepad++ right now, and for those of you who don't know, Notepad now has a workspace. All right, so you can just add your folders and toggle through your files and folders instead of coming here to open your files all the time. All right, they did well. They fixed this. Okay, now if you want to install a plugin for Notepad++, all you have to do is come to plugin, click on, hover your mouse over plugin manager and click on show plugin manager, and you can see that we have a bunch of plugins here. All right, let's see if we can find something to install from here. Emmet, this is Emmet. All right, so we want to install Emmet, so we're going to just click on it and we'll click on install. All right, and then when we're done, we just close the browser and then restart the browser. All right, so let's go to brackets. Now this is bracket. One thing I like about bracket is it has a live preview over here. This is a live preview for brackets, so you can work and see what you're doing at the same time. All right, it also has a split. You can split your page into two, vertically or horizontally. All right, so you can probably want to compare two codes and see what's happening and stuff like that. You can be working here and also you can work here. Excuse me. All right, but what we want to do now is install the code, the plugins, right? So when you click on File and you click on Extension Manager, the Extension Manager pops up, and you're gonna have to wait for a couple of seconds. Well, it depends on how fast your computer is. And over here, you're going to type the plugin that you want to install. All right, so if you want to install Emmet, all you have to do is click in here and then type Emmet, and you will see the plugin here, Emmet. So all you have to do is click here to install it. I've got already installed, so I don't have to install it again. The same thing goes for W3 validation. All right, now I'm going to create a file here quickly. I'll just do Control N, and I'm gonna save this file very quickly. I'll save it as emmet .html. All right, that's an extension for HTML files. Now I just created the file, and I get a notification from W3C validation that there's a problem, and it tells me that I'm missing out something. All right, now I'm missing the doc type, the heading. So I'm going to use Emmet to just build something that you probably spend 10 minutes doing, right? So I will just go like exclamation mark and hit the tab, and you can see I have got the skeleton of HTML already installed. I mean, already popping up. This is the work of Emmet. All right, when I save this, you can see the validation disappears, the problem disappears, and I get a check mark here, you know, telling me, all right, your code is now validated. You are now up to par. You're now programming in the standard way. So these are the two plugins I want you to have. You can go ahead and search and install all useful plugins and extensions for your coder. All right, but Emmet and W3 validator, they are very, very good. So go ahead and install it. Okay, thank you very much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome. In this in our last two lectures, we went ahead and installed our server, and also we configured it, and also we installed our code editor and installed a couple of plugins. All right, in this lecture, we're gonna try to set things up, you know, and get started. What I want you to do is, I believe you have the control panel of your local server on your desktop. All right, so what I want you to do is start the Apache, and also you can start the MySQL. All right, then click on your admin, the admin of your control panel. All right, and then in the dashboard you should see your web address like this: localhost colon followed by the port number and a folder. It could be dashboard for you too. Well, in the last lecture, we went ahead and created a shortcut of this folder to our desktop. Right here, what I want you to do is open it, and then inside here we're going to create a folder. Right inside your htdocs, all right, your local drive, XAMPP, htdocs. This is the folder that is appearing on the bar, right, the dashboard. Now open it, and then let's create a folder called working files, working-files. All right, great. Now let's go back to our dashboard here, and then /, let's write working/files and hit enter, and you can see we are in the directory. right? So any file or folder we create inside working files, we can access it here. Let's just say, let's create a file here and call it let's just create a folder and call it first folder. Face underscore folder. And if we refresh this, we can see it here, face folder, right? So our browser is communicating with our server, right? Now what we want to do is we want to bring working files, our working files, the folder that we created in our dashboard. What we want to do is we want to bring it to this area. This is our work area. All right, if you're using bracket or notepad, right, bracket or notepad, you see there is a workspace here where you can attach your folder, the current folder that you're working in. So that's what we want to do here. All right, so what you're going to do is click on file and then click on open folder. All right, and then go all the way to your root drive, right? Just find the folder that you created. So that will be in, mine will be in XAMPP, and then htdocs, then dashboard, then working files, this one, right? So I will just select it and I will see it here. All right, so now we have this here, and everything we do here, we can create a new folder from here, call it second folder. All right, and when we go back to our server and refresh this page, we will see the second folder. All right, so this is what we want to do. We want to have our working files folder inside the workspace area. All right, so we don't have to be going back and doing all that. And bracket has a live preview. All right, so what we have to do is set this up, set the live preview up, so we don't have to be going back to be refreshing our page. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is inside here your browser, right, you can see the link here, localhost 9090 dashboard working files. We want to copy this, right? Just copy this like so. All right, and then come back to brackets. I'm sorry, Notepad doesn't have live preview, so for those of you using Notepad, you would probably have to stay here, all right, and be refreshing your page anytime you want to see your progress. All right, so back to brackets, click on file, click on project settings. All right, now you can see project settings for working files, right, and we want to paste that URL in here. Okay, so paste the URL in here and then click on done. Right, now when you click on the live preview, all right, we don't have any file here yet, so that's all we need to do. Right, inside our working files, we will just press Control N and then create a file. We will save this as a let's say index.php. all right, index.php. all right, now this is a PHP file we just created. Let's just say something like hello testing PHP with Apache 7. all right, and then we save this, and then we click on the live preview, and we can see it here, hello testing Apache 7. all right, testing PHP with Apache 7. So if you can see this, all right, then you have successfully configured your your Apache. We can start working from the next lecture. All right, let's just write something and say testing for the second time. All right, and we save this. We don't have to do anything. We just have to click on the live preview browser, and here we go. We see it here, testing for the second time. All right, so I hope you got the steps. If you did not get it, replay the video and then follow the steps and try to make sure that you are in your local host, all right, and you created the folder, all right, and we created a file called index.php inside our coder, right? And then we set up the live preview. We click down on the live preview, and then we can see everything here. So if you're seeing this, then you are good to start. All right, thank you very much. If you have any questions, if you did not get it, if it's not working for you, just let me know in the comments and I'll help you out. And on the next lecture, we're going to start working with PHP. Thank you. Yeah, welcome. In our last session, we looked at our server environment. We downloaded and installed our local servers, our local server and our code editor with a couple of plugins, and also we set up our testing environment, right? All right, in this section 2, we're going to be working on introduction to PHP. We're going to look at the syntax. We're going to look at operators, statements, and arrays. Okay, now let's start with introduction. PHP is an acronym for Hypertext Preprocessor. I know, because the name doesn't really match the acronym, but if you really understand and get involved into PHP, then you would probably support this acronym as PHP standing for Hypertext Preprocessor. Yeah, and by the way, we can't say HP because HP is already a brand. It's a big brand. All right, so let's just go with PHP. I support it. And all PHP files have the .php extension, right? So if you see any file with a .php extension, that is a PHP file, all right? Now, I think we created a PHP file in our folder, the working files. So this is a PHP file, right? Now, what I want us to do is let's go ahead and delete these folders that we created. The first folder and the second folder, we just created them for demonstration purposes. We are not using them, so let's go ahead and have them deleted. All right, so we have one working files, which is a folder, and we have just one file, index.php. all right, and PHP is an open source scripting language. Which means this is a free language, and it's a script is for coding. All right, and PHP files are executed on the server. This is what it means when they say PHP files are executed on the server. So I have this file here called testing PHP file. All right, now when I go to the browser, I see it here, right? Testing PHP file. Now we have a local server here, right? We have an Apache server, right? What I will do is I will just go ahead and stop the Apache server, all right? Then I'll go back to my coder and I will type something like testing server, right? Then I will save this. Then I go back to the browser and this is what I get. I get an error, right? So when you're browsing, normally when you're on the browser browsing, and then you see something like this, it probably means that you can't reach the server, right? So there's the same thing applies to PHP. The files are executed on the server, right? So what I will do, I'll go back and start my Apache, and then I will maybe delete this, right? And then save this. Then when I get back to my browser, I will start my live preview again because I turned it off. All right, then I see this is a PHP file. So if you don't have a server, you can't run PHP. All right, so it's a server scripting code, program. All right, now a PHP file can have a text. I think that's what we just did here, right? We created a test in a PHP file, this one, right? And it can also have HTML in it, right? A PHP file can contain HTML. So let's see how we can do that. Now, to open up an HTML, you need to start with the doc type, right? Now I have Emmet installed. Remember I told you to install Emmet, so all I'll do is I'll go exclamation mark and I'll hit on tab, and you can see I already have the skeleton up, right? So I want to put something here. This is HTML, right? HTML inside CSS, inside a PHP. You'll say this is an HTML file in a PHP file. Oh, this is HTML in a PHP file. All right, let's just say it like this. This is HTML in a PHP file. All right, when we save this and then we go back to our browser, we see this is HTML in a PHP file. So this is what it means by you can have an HTML in a PHP file. Okay, and also you can have a CSS style in a PHP file. Wow, that's really cool. So what I would do, I would just copy this, all right, and I will paste this somewhere here, and then I'll try to put some style in this and see if it works. Let's change the color. All right, let's give it a red color. All right, and let's increase the font. All right, font size maybe 20 pixels. All right, and then let's see if it works. Right, we're getting it. So we're styling, right? We're applying CSS style to a paragraph inside a PHP file. All right, so yeah, it's true that a PHP file can contain CSS. All right, now let's see for JavaScript also. So we are still inside a PHP file, and to create a JavaScript, you need to start with the script, right? Script tag, right? So this is a script tag. I will try and alert something like let me say this is a JavaScript in a PHP file. All right, let's see if that works. All right, so we just put our semicolon, save this, and here we go. So this is a Java effect. All right, so we get this is a JavaScript in a PHP file. All right, so yeah, it's also true for PHP. That it's also true that a PHP file can contain a JavaScript, and also PHP codes. A PHP file can contain a PHP codes, of course. All right, so let me say I'll go PHP, then I will just put something here and say echo this is from a PHP tag. All right, and now let's see how this works. So we go back to, all right, we get into Java. Yeah, we just closed the Java and we get in, this is a PHP tag. The reason why we got the Java before the PHP is because the JavaScript it's coming before the PHP, right? So I think that's one thing that that's one lesson we're learning from here. If you want your PHP codes to execute before your script, then you have to put your PHP code before the script. If not, the script will execute before the codes. All right, that is one lesson that we just learned. All right, so PHP codes are executed on the server and they return the results to the browser. We just checked that. Companies like WordPress and Facebook, they are running on PHP, so you can see how powerful PHP is. All right, because it generates dynamic page content. All right, it can read and write and delete files on the server. It can collect data from forms. All right, and it can send those data that it collects from a form and post it to a database and add to it and delete and modify it. It can be used to control access. It can encrypt data. It runs on, it's a cross-platform. It runs on Windows, Linux, Unix, Mac, and it's compatible with I think these are the two most used servers, all right, that I'm sure of. Apache and IIS. This is from Microsoft, all right, and it supports a wide range of databases, right? So I just hope you fall in love with PHP. I mean, because to me it's the best scripting language in the world. I mean, it's debatable. People are still arguing like which is the best, and I think PHP is the best. That's my take on it. So when we come back in the next lecture, we're going to talk about PHP syntaxes. All right. Thank you very much for watching this lecture. Thank you once again for taking this course. In the last lecture, we looked at the introduction to PHP. You know, we're still on the basics, right? Now let's go into the syntax of PHP. All right. Now the first thing we need to know about PHP is we need to keep it in a syntax. All right. We need to keep it in a tag to tell the server that we want you to execute this code. All right. And you start with the less than sign, right? Then a question mark, then PHP, and then you can press enter a couple of times, and then you close it with a question mark and then a greater than sign. All right. Now this tag can be on one line. All right. Most code editors have lines. Okay, I should have told you that earlier. You can see that. So this is line 20. All right, and you can open your PHP tags like this, and everything here, all right, everything here becomes PHP, right? But if you run PHP like this, right, if you save this and you go to the browser, you're gonna have an error. Why? Because PHP it does not recognize this as a text unless it is outside the tag, the PHP tag. All right. So if you want to write a text in a PHP file, you need to keep it from the tag. All right. Now, if you do this, it's going to work. You're going to see the text. All right. But if you want this text inside a PHP tag, then it's probably a comment that you're making. All right. So when you want to write a comment in PHP, you just write // all right, and then you keep you followed by your comment, and this will not actually appear on the browser or in the browser. All right, comments are just comments, you know, for coders to recognize or just to tell you what you're doing. All right. Now if you have another comment here, all right, let's say another comment, and you have another comment, all right, now you're gonna get an error, right? So if you have multiple comments inside a PHP tag, what you want to do is you need to comment them all, which, you know, might take a lot of time. So there is a way to comment multiple lines of text, all right, in a PHP tag. You go you go /, then asterisk, all right, then you put asterisk, all right, then /, all right. So this is how to comment multiple lines in a PHP tag, all right. But if it's just one line, then you can just do // all right. So this is how to open a PHP syntax. This is how to write a comment, and also make sure you don't put a space over here. All right. If you put a space here, your PHP will not work. You're going to get an error. All right. Now, this happened to me a lot of time. I mean, just once though. It happened to me once, all right? And I couldn't figure it out because look at this. If I do this, I don't see an error here, right? So you might think that your PHP is working fine and everything is fine and stuff like that. This is not recognized as a PHP tag, all right? So if you write your codes here, all right, if you write something like echo, this is a PHP text, then you put your semicolon here, you save this, nothing will show here, all right? And you might think that you have a very serious problem with your file, or your PHP cannot communicate with the server and stuff like that. No, because of this space, this tag is not being recognized as a PHP tag. So always make sure that there is no space between your PHP tags, all right? Good. Now let's talk about echo. Echo is something that you're going to use a lot. You know, you can use echo. Echo is like show, right? Let's just say display something, and you can echo text just like we just did, all right? Now you can see the text is showing up because the tags are now recognized, right? So this is a test. We've echoed a test. You can echo a number, all right? You can echo a number. If you're echoing a number, you don't have to put it in a double quote, right? Because if you put it in a double quote, PHP will read it as a string, all right, as letters, right? 1 2 3 4 5, all right? If you do this, then PHP will read the numbers as letters. It will not read it as a number, right? So if you want a number, then you don't have to put it in a string. You just put it in you just write the number 45, all right? And then it will show as 45, all right? Now what else can you echo? You can echo HTML, right? You can do something like this, echo, and then in a double quote, right, or a single quote, you can put HTML. This is an HTML paragraph. I think this is how it should be, all right? So now this is an HTML paragraph, all right? And then you can echo this, all right? And it should show on the screen. This is an HTML paragraph, all right? What else can you echo? You can echo data from a database. We're going to get into this, all right? And then you can also echo data from forms. You can echo anything that you want to show on the screen. Let me just put it that way, all right? Not anything, but almost all the things that you want to send back to PHP, all right? Remember, if this is outside the PHP tag, it is going to show, all right? But if it is inside a PHP tag and you want it to show as a test, then you have to put it in a function. Echo is a function. Echo is a function that displays whatever you tell it to echo, all right? So you put it in a function and it's going to show. But if you take it out, it's not going to show. So in this course, we've learned about a PHP tag. Make sure you don't have a space here. If not, it will not be recognized as a PHP, all right? That's the syntax. Comments, single comments, double lines of comments, you have to put on asterisk for double lines of comments, all right? For single line, you just have to put a double /, and then echo will display whatever you try to tell the PHP to display. That's what echo does, all right? So that's what you should know. Please, I'm begging you, do not open your PHP tags with a space, all right? It can ruin all the work that you're doing, and you will not pay attention to it, all right? Because as soon as you start coding complex, you start making creating complex codes, you don't pay attention to simple things like this, all right? So it's the first thing you have to do. And also your semicolon. Semicolon are ways of ending statement, functions, everything. All right. If I take out the semicolon and I go back to the, all right, I'm getting it though, but most of the times you will not see it. All right, you will not see. You always need to have your semicolon, okay, to end at your PHP syntax. All right. Thank you very much, and I will see you on the next lecture. Welcome back. In the last lecture, we looked at the syntax, right? We looked at how to open PHP tag comments and how to echo something on the screen, right? In this lecture, we're going to look at variables and logical and comparison operators. Now, I've been teaching since I was 17, right? For the past 5 years, I've been teaching at the university level, and I've kind of developed some sort of a teaching methodology, right? Now, this is how I do it. When it comes to programming, I will explain a topic, for example, variables, right? I'll take a topic like a variable, then I will explain the concept of the topic variable, right? And then I will tell you when it's used, all right, and then how it's used. It's just that simple. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's talk about a variable. What is a variable in PHP or in any other programming language? A variable is simply a word that you choose by yourself, you the programmer, a word that you choose that will keep values in them. All right, values. Now, in programming, a value could be text, okay, or number. All right, a value could be text or number. But in the programming language, if something is a text, you will actually call it a string, okay, a string. All right, and if it's a number, you would we prefer to use integer, and int for short. All right, so instead of saying a text, you can use a string, and instead of saying a number, you can say an integer. So a word, let's choose a word like name. All right, name is a word that we choose, and we want name to hold a value of strings of your name. Now, if it's a string, keep it in a quote, right? Double quote or single quote. All right, if it's a name. So here I can say name, and I type my name here. So what I've done is I have assigned, don't forget your quote, your semicolon to close this. Now I have assigned name, right, my name, to a word called name, right? Now, to make this a variable, you just have to assign a $sign to this, and believe it or not, you have created a variable in PHP. It's as simple as that. Now, this is actually constant right now. It's static, I should say. This is static. It means I have assigned a static name to a variable called name. Now, this can come from a database. This can come from a form. This can come from another source. All right, so basically you can either get a static value and assign it to a variable, or you can get a dynamic value from a form that maybe one of your users will just type. I could type my name and you collect that form and you assign it to a variable. All right, now you can also assign a variable, you can assign an integer to a variable. All right, so let's say age. Of course, age is a typical example of a variable that should be in numbers, right? And when you are keeping variables, an integer in a variable, do not use quotes. All right, if not, I said it in the last video, I think I mentioned it, if not, the value will be seen as a string. All right, so I've created two variables here. One is age, one is name, and they are holding static information, static values. All right. Now I went ahead and created something down here. I have created another variable called country. All right, and I've assigned United States to it. All right. Let me just say United Arab Emirates, because right now I'm in the United Arab Emirates. All right, good. So I have assigned United Arab Emirates to a variable called country. Now this could come from anywhere. Right now it's static. All right, and then I've created another one called password, and I've assigned a value to it. And this is not an integer. This is a string, and I'm using single quotes. Either ways, you can use a double quote or you can use a single quote. All right. Then I also have another one called min password, like minimum password, and I've assigned it to it. Now I want to ask you a question real quick. I've got like five variables here. In real world, which of these variables do you think should have a static value? Think about it for a second. Like, what I'm trying to say is, which value do you think shouldn't change or shouldn't be dynamic from these five variables? Well, the answer is password. All right, password will always have a static variable, like the minimum password, I should say. Sorry, the minimum password will always have a static variable, because what you want to do in the real world is you want to get the password that is coming in. All right, and you want to compare it and see if it matches the minimum password length. All right, so that is the concept of variable, right? And when are they used, or why do we even create variables? The answer is simple. We create variables so that we can use them later by calling them. All right, we can use them in forms. All right, we can use them in database, we can use them in statements, and we're going to talk about this later. Right now, let's talk about what I call operators. All right, now we have logical operators and comparison operators. Right, there are a lot of them, but these are the ones that you're going to be using a whole lot of time. Right now, if you want to simply evaluate two statements, all right, is Paul as tall as John? All right, so you would say something like Paul and John, and then you will use this. All right, or you want to say is password and email equals to the same password and email in the database. You would use the and, the double. See, this double and, don't forget that, take note of this. Right, and then we have the or. The or is this you use this for or. All right, and we have not. Okay, right now I don't think you would really understand this, but if we start using them, then you will really understand. And then we have comparison operators. These ones compare two values. All right, like in our database, in our PHP file. Now if you want to compare if age and name equals the same thing in the database, then you will have to start comparing the two. All right, is this equals this, is that equals that, is this greater than this, is this less than this? I went ahead and created an example here. This is a statement. We will get into statements later, right? But I just went ahead and created an example here. I'll comment this out because we don't need them. All right, now I said if. Now if is a statement. All right, if string length. Now this is a function. We're going to talk about this. All right, but just know that this is a function that counts the length of string, right, of a text. All right, so I say if string length of password. See, now we are on how to use variables now, right? if string length password, which is what I type here. Now this is static. So in the real world, this could be coming from a database, I mean a form, all right, a login form, right? But we're just going to type this here, all right? We're just going to type in it. We're going to assign this to password as a static variable, right? A static value, I should say, all right? So we've got a static value inside this variable called password, and we are trying to check if this value, the number of letters inside this value, right, is less than 8, which is the minimum password. All right, so this is how we are using it now. If string length password here, all right, count, we are writing a function to count the number of letters here, and we are calling this comparison operator here. All right, this comparison operator here is a less than sign. If it's less than the minimum password, which is constant and static, in a real world, you will just keep this as it is. All right, and if it is less than, then echo, this is what we want to show, right? Echo password is less than minimum requirement. All right, now let's just see if that works. So I will just, this is 4, right? We have 4, 1 2 3 4 here, so we should get this error. If we save this and go back to PHP, we should see password is less than minimum requirement. All right, now if I should make it more than 10, then I'm supposed to get this. Now this basically is a string. All right, we are echoing a whole lot of strings. All right, and we are calling our variables. Okay, so this is another way of using variables. All right, this is how they're used. All right, there are a lot of ways to use them, but I just want to show you. So now this, we're echoing your name is, then we call the variable, call your name. Now some of you might be saying, why didn't you just type the name here? All right, now remember, PHP does dynamic things. All right, PHP can take this from a form. All right, so let's say you have like 1,000 people inserting their names. All right, now if you just write your name here, it's going to be a constant. It's going to be a static variable, just like 8 here, minimum password. All right, so for this to be dynamic, this could come from a form, or this could come from a database, and all you have to do is call the variable, and as soon as you call the variable, it will work. Right, now there's something here I did called concatenation. I'm going to explain this later, but check this out. Your name is, then we call the name, and your password is, we call the password, and it is correct. Well, it is correct because it's more than 8 characters, right? And then you are your age, years old, then country. Let's run this and see what we get. Right, so we run this and we get your name is Paul and Isa, and your password is, we get the password and it is correct, and you're 20 years old, and you're from United Arab Emirates. All right, so if we replace this with anything, John, all right, John is 30 or 25 and he's from United States. All right, and his password is Johnny. All right, Johnny Bravo. All right, and then we save it and we come back to here. We're going to see your name is John, your password is Johnny Bravo, and it is correct, and you're 25 and you're from America. So you can see how variables are used. All right, I hope you understand what variables are. They are just containers that keep values in them, and the values could be static, the values could be dynamic, and the values could be text or strings. All right, and if it's a string, then you keep it in quotes. If it's not, just put it in just type it. Don't forget your semicolons to end your declarations. And we know how they are used and what they are used for, right? So that's variables, and we've also talked about the operators, and we're going to learn how to use operators more. All right. So I believe you understand what this is. If you don't understand it, rewind the video, watch it again, try to write your own variables, try to echo them, and if you have any questions, let me know. Thank you. Welcome. We are still on section 2, and we're going to look at statements. All right. So as usual, I will explain the concept, and then I will explain how to use it and when to use it. All right. Now, a statement is basically an action that you want to perform or execute based on certain conditions. All right. Now, let's try and come up with some statements. All right. Now, we have a statement like, if I win this bet, I will buy a car. All right. Now, this is a statement. If I win this bet, I will buy a car. All right. Now, if you look at this statement, you will realize that it is based on a condition of winning. So the action buy a car is based on a condition of winning a bet, right? So this makes this statement a conditional statement, and win now becomes a condition, right? Now that is basically the concept of what a statement is. Now, how do we put this into a programmable context, right? Now, first of all, let's look at the syntax. All right. If we have basically three syntax in PHP for writing conditions, right? For executing actions based on certain conditions. Let me just put it that way. Okay. And the first one is the if statement, and then we have the else if statement, and then the if, else if, and else statement. Don't worry, I will explain it. Don't be confused. Okay. Now, the if statement simply executes a condition. I mean, an action based on one condition. All right. Now, for example, let's go back to our codes like this one. If I win, I'll buy a car. That's just a condition, one condition of buying a car. If you win, right? So that is just the if statement. Now, the if else statement simply adds the condition when an action, I should say, when the condition is not met, right? Because the if statement takes in a condition and executes an action, right? So what if the condition is not met? So that will be else. All right. So over here we can say, if I win this bet, I will buy a car. Else, right? Else, I will ride my bike to college, right? That is when the else if comes in. All right, or that's when the else comes in, or that is when you have the if else statement. So the else statement, you add the else statement to execute an action, right? When the if statement fails. Okay, so that is what I did down here. In a real world example, I said, if the user is logged in, then redirect the page to account.php, else show the login form. All right, it's as simple as that. All right, the concept is very simple. And over here we've got the else and else if statement. Now the if else if statement, simply what it does is it takes two conditions, all right, and then execute if the conditions fail. All right. So for example, you've got a conditional statement like this. If age is more than 25, let's say you have a game that has age restrictions on it, right? And you say if age is more than 25, then you are welcome to play this game, right? But if else, or else if, this means you want to pass in another condition, right? So else if you are 40 years, then sorry man, you are too old for this game, right? Now the else is the last statement, which means these two conditions have not been met. All right, the first one, he's not 25, or it's not between the age of let's say 20 to 40, 20 to 39 I should say. So both conditions have not been met, and now you throw in the else statement. All right, so this is the concept, and this is when they are used. Now let's talk about how they are used. Okay, let's start with the if. To use a statement, you have to pass in a condition, right? As we can see from here, right? So basically you just write if, all right, then you open your brackets, and then you pass in the condition. Now the condition will be when, but you should know by now that you cannot write this when like this inside a function. All right, what you do is you can write a how do you call it, a variable when, right, and assign it to maybe a number, right, say 1, right? So this when now has 1 in there because PHP, remember you are in a PHP tag, right? And in PHP tag you can't write text. All right, you can't just write text in PHP tags, right? If you want to write text, it's either it's a comment or you want to echo it, right? Great. So you can't put just the word inside a statement as a condition. It has to be in a variable, right? So you copy it. We can put this here and say, all right, PHP knows that this variable has 1 in it, right? So we can say if 1, we put double brackets, if 1 is, if when is equals to 1, all right, 1, then we open up our curly brace, right, and then we type in what we want to do if this condition is met, right? So if when is equals to 1, and remember we are using this operator here, right? Look at the operator we are using here, double equals, all right? Because if I do this, if I do a single equals, it means I'm assigning 1 to when again. You see that? I'm assigning 1 to when again, right? So we use double equals to tell PHP that we are trying to compare the values, right? So if when equals to 1, then echo, we're going to put this in a quote, right? We're going to put this in a quote and say you have let's say I will buy a car. We are trying to test this statement here, right? We're trying to make this a programmable statement, right? And that's what we got right there. We created a variable, we assigned 1 to it, and we simply say if when equals to 1, I will buy a car. And now let's try and run this and see what we get. All right, and there we go, I will buy a car. Why? Because the condition is met, right? Now if I should change this to anything else that is not equals to 1, then what do we get? We get nothing, right? Now we get nothing because we don't have an else, an else, right? So if we say else, and then we open up our curly brace and say echo, right? We put our the codes, and then we say echo, you did not win. So ride your bike to college. All right, and we're going to see it because the condition is not met, right? It did not win ride your bike to college, right? So that is for the if statement, right? And the else statement. We just passed in the else statement now, right? And let's see how we can program this. If user is logged in, so which means here we can create, because this is the condition, logged in. That is the condition that has to be met. So basically you'll be creating variables for the condition that has to be met, right? We can create another variable here and say logged underscore in, right? Yeah, you can do that. And then we equals it to, now in a real world example, this will be something called session. All right, a session. We're going to talk about that. Now a session will keep your login information throughout the duration of the browser. As long as the web page is open and the browser is open, right, it's going to keep your duration there, your information there. So you can create a variable and simply say, for now we don't have a section, so we can just pass in a value, right, an integer, and say 1. So 1 means you're logged in, right? And then we can simply say if, right, then we open our bracket and say if logged in underscore in, if logged underscore in equals 1, then it means you're logged in, right? Then we can say header, right? Now header is a function that is used to redirect. Okay, it's a function that is used to redirect pages, right? Location, and this is how you write it. You write header, then into brackets, and into quote location colon. Then maybe you have a page called account.php, right? You have a page called account.php which shows the account information of the user. So you can simply do this. If logged in equals the session, here we are throwing in 1 because we don't have a session yet, then header location account.php. Else, what do? Else, you got an else there. Else, you open up your curly brace and echo a page, right? A page, or we can include is also a function that includes a page, a page that you have already created, right? So we can include simply, let's say maybe we had a page called login, right, .php, right? We can do this. You can do this. You can write you first of all get your statement in a variable, then you pass your statement in the if statement. All right, you pass the condition in the if statement like so. All right, and then you say if. Now anytime you declare if, right, the first condition is always a true statement. Okay, the first condition is always a true statement. So if user logged in, so if it is true that user is logged in, then redirect to account.php. Else, show the login form, right? And then now that is for the if else statement. Now the else if statement will check 2 conditions, right? So we can just say else if include login.php. What if you never had a page called login.php? So this is where you're going to pass in another if statement, all right, and say maybe echo session expired, right? Session expired, all right, something like this. So this is an else if statement, all right? Checks for a condition. If it's not met, then else do something else, right? And this one, the if else statement checks for two conditions, 1 and 2. If nothing is met, then the else will be passed in. So I hope you understand. If you don't understand, rewind the video, go through the video again. If you still don't understand, send me a message and I will explain further. Okay, thank you very much. I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome. We are still on section 2, and we've talked about all these. We've looked at all these. Now that's why I have them canceled out. We need to talk about arrays. All right. And as usual, we're going to start with the concept. All right. As soon as we get to understand the concept, we're going to talk about the types. All right. Then how to use it and when to use it. So let's start with the concept. In a couple lectures ago, we talked about variables. Right. We said a variable is basically a word, right, with a $sign. Right. Let me just explain it in a layman's language. It's a word with a $sign that equals a value. All right. Now this value could be anything. All right. It could be static. It could be dynamic. And if it's static like this, it means you assigned it to it and you don't want it to change. All right. And if it's dynamic, it means it could be coming from a form or from a database. So if you do something like this, you have created a variable called user. All right. And if you echo the variable user, right, you're going to see the value that you assigned to the variable, right? You can see it here, right? Now, a variable only allows you to assign just one value, okay? Now, if I should go ahead and I say comma, right? Let me say this is yeah, I'll just leave it like that, right? And then over here I will say United, keep this in double quote, United States, all right? And then a comma, right? I will say for example Dubai, right? Keep this in quotes. Now I'm assigning multiple values, right? I can also do an integer. I'm assigning multiple values to this variable called users, all right? Now when I do this, I'm basically creating an array, all right? This does not become a variable anymore. It becomes an array. So an array is simply a variable, right, that has multiple values. That's it. That's just the concept. All right. So if you assign multiple values, or if there is any variable that holds multiple values, then that is an array. All right. Now in PHP, to declare an array, to tell PHP that this variable is an array, you have to assign array to the values. All right. So the syntax is basically defining the name of your array users equals then array _r_a_y, then a bracket, right? Then everything that comes in here becomes an array. All right, make sure you open it, you put them in quotes, all right, and then a comma, then the next one, then a comma, right? Now I believe you've understood the concept of what an array is. Let's look at the types. All right, now to understand the types of array, you need to understand how they are being accessed, right? When I started this lecture, I told you that if we have a variable like this, all right, you can just, if it's a single variable, if it's a variable with a single value, right, you can simply echo the variable, right? But when you have an array, you need to actually access them based on something that we call indexed, or they are associative, right? We're going to get into this. For example, You understand, if you've been in the computing technology for a while, you understand that when you have a list of items and they are indexed, there are numbers assigned to them, right? So, and indexes, they start from 0. All right, so 0 is actually a value. Okay, get that now. Okay, in programming, 0 is a value. All right, so this, there are 4 values here. All right, even though it starts from 0, we count 0 as a value. All right, so there are 1, 2, 3, 4 values here assigned to the array users, right? So now we are talking about indexed arrays. Okay, we are now on the types, and we're talking about indexed arrays, right? Now PHP automatically assigns 0 to the first value inside an array, okay, followed by 1, followed by 2, followed by 3, and these are called keys. Okay, keys. All right, the index value of an of a value inside an array, they are called keys. All right, so this user now, if I want to echo the first value inside this array, I will have to refer to what? This key. You get the point? So now if I want to echo the values inside these arrays, what I will do is I will just write echo and then the name of the array, right, which is users. This is the name of the array. All right, now we need to comment these out because PHP doesn't recognize them, right? And what you do is arrays, anytime you see a variable that is attached to a square brace, all right, like this one, right, square bracket like this one, all right, then you should automatically know that the values inside this is an array. You should know that this is an array. Okay, so if I put 0 here, all right, and then I put my semicolon and save this, I should see this first value. All right, so you can see it here, right? Now if I go back to array, let's say I want to echo Dubai, so I'm going to use the index, the key value of Dubai is 2. All right, like so, right? Then I get it, right? So this is how to access indexed arrays. Okay, the keys are assigned automatically. PHP knows, all right, that this is index 0 and that is index 1 and that is index 2 and that is index 3. Okay, now let's talk about associative arrays. This one, you're going to use it a lot. You're going to use associative arrays a lot. All right, associative arrays is when you want to assign the keys with your own value. Okay, with your own key. When you don't want PHP to use index keys, all right, to refer to your values in the array. All right, now you shouldn't be confused. I will explain that in a second. Now let's say you don't want the index values, right? You want, because you know this one here down here is full name, right? This is the full name, right? And maybe this is the nationality, right? Right? And maybe this is the current address, right? And then this one, the 21, is the age. Now what is happening here is you want to assign these as key values for these values in this array. You don't want to you don't want PHP to index them, all right? You don't want this to be 0, all right? You don't want this to be 1, you don't want this to be 2, you don't want this to be 3, all right? You want to assign your own values, all right? Keys, let's put it that way. You want to assign your own keys so that it can be easier for you to what? To refer to the values, all right, inside this array. Well, you can do that. That is why, and that is what an associative array is, all right? So to assign an associative array, you will have to use this symbol, the equal sign, all right, and then the greater than arrow, all right? So if I do something like this, I say full name, right, equals greater than, then I say my name. Then what I've done here is I've assigned this key, right? I'm telling PHP that, listen, this this variable is an array because I put array here, all right? And this one, the first value you are seeing there is actually the key that is assigned to this value, all right? So let's try and create an associative array here, all right? Let's say let's use the same let's use the same, we say users array into bracket, all right? Now what we do is we open our quote and then we go full name, then equals greater than, then now this is supposed to be after the full name, then after the key value equals greater than, then another quote, then you put the full name inside, or the value. And this could be coming from a database, this could be coming from a form, all right? Now this one is not a value, it's a key, right? Now this is the value because this one is what is equaling and pointing to this key, right? So I will do this, all right? And then you put a comma, right? And then this will be nationality, right? Don't forget your quote. Nationality equals pointing to United States, right? Right? Comma, right? Then we have current, don't forget your quote, current address, I just make it short, pointing equals, and is pointing to what? Dubai, right? Right? Then a comma, right? Then age equals pointing to 21. All right, now you don't need a comma for this one, right? Because it's an integer. And then you close it and then you put your semicolon. Now you have created an associative array because you are associating these keys to these values, all right? So the key name, full name, is getting assigned to this value here. And again, I would say these values could be coming from a form, these values could be coming from a database, all right? Now how do we now echo this? All right, we're talking about how these arrays are used now. Okay, if I do this, I will definitely get an error. Okay, I will comment this out. Let me just comment this because PHP doesn't recognize it. All right, now if I echo this array, right, and I say 2, I'm going to get an error, right? Let's see. All right, so we get an error, right, on line 99. All right, which line is that? This is the line, all right, and it says undefined offset 2. Now the reason is we are calling this the third one. The third one will be Dubai, right? We are calling an associative array in an index format. It's not going to work, right? So let's say we want to call this value, which is assigned to this key, full name. All we have to do is put full name inside of this, and then when we now save and go back to our browser, we're going to see it, right? So let's go back to our, now if you want to echo the nationality of this guy here, right, all you have to do is put nationality, right? And then when you save this and you go to the browser, you will see the value inside it. All right, so these are the there's another type called the multidimensional, but you don't have to worry about that. When you become a professional, then you can start learning more, going in depth, right? So this is how to create indexed and associative, and I'll say it again, associative arrays. You're going to use it a lot. All right, let's talk about when they are used. Okay, for example, if you're fetching data from a database, okay, and then you write your query, right, and then the data comes back, all right, as you can specify the how you want the data to come back. Now, in most cases, you would want the data to be assigned to a variable called, let's say, rows, all right? And then inside this variable is going to have all the data that is coming from the database. Now, how would you assign all the data coming from a database to one variable? Right? You see how array comes in handy, right? So in that case, you will have to create an associative array, all right, for that variable, so that you can keep all the data that you're getting from the database inside that variable. All right, now I'll give you an example. PHP has a function, all right, called MySQL underscore fetch underscore array. Right now, when you call this function MySQL fetch array, right, and then you pass in, we're going to talk about functions later, but I just want to explain this to you, and you pass in probably the results that you got from the query that you wrote. What happens is these results, right, is being fetched in a form of an array and is kept in a variable called rows. So these rows, this variable now will now hold all the information that is coming in from the database in one variable. So for example, if you want to put show the names or echo the names of the users in that in your database table, you would say something like echo $ rows, right? Then you put your square brace, right? Then you probably say names, right? And this will show you all the names inside this variable. All right, so this is a typical way of how an associative array is being used. It comes in handy, so I want you guys to really understand it. All right, if you want to watch the video again, go ahead and do that. All right, go back, rewind the video, play it again, listen to the watch the explanation, and try to write your own, all right, your own variable, right, your own array, and try to echo out the keys from that array. It's very important. It's very important for you to understand arrays, and most importantly associative arrays, because you're going to use it a lot. All right, I hope this explanation was good enough, and this video was quite long, but I had to make it long because I really want you guys to understand what arrays. All right, so thank you very much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Alright, let's wrap up session 2 with an exercise. It's a very short one and a very sweet one, of course. And I would really appreciate it if you take this exercise, okay? If you really do it, especially if you're a beginner to PHP, alright? So in the exercise, we're going to simply create a PHP file called exercise1.php in our working files folder, in this folder. Alright, so you just have to right click and go to new and then just type exercise1. Alright, now the second one is you're going to create 6 variables. Alright, 3 of which will be strings and 3 will be values, integer values, right? And you're going to create it from this short sentence that I have got here. Right, let me see if I can zoom in. Good. So it simply reads, a guy, there's a funny guy that came to Dubai on 4th April 2016. He's a very short guy, alright, and he's funny, really funny, right? And his show actually I'm not saying this really happened, okay? It's just a scenario, right? His show was restricted, so you people between the ages of 18 to 49 could only attend, right? And if you were below 18 or above 50 or 49, you couldn't get in, right? So basically there's a condition here that has to be met, okay? The condition that has to be met is you have to be above 18, simple, right? Or you have to be below 49 and or between these ages, right? And if you don't meet that condition, something happens. You are either told to wait for your parents outside, or you are asked to wait in the car, right? So this is a sentence that is kind of abstract, and I want you guys to think, right? This is how that's what makes you a good programmer, when you can just convert scenarios and imaginations into something tangible, right? Into something that makes you a good programmer, right? That's why I'm coming up with an exercise like this that covers everything that we've done in session 2, right? So create your 6 variables, alright? 3 of them will be strings, 3 will be integer values, alright? Now number 3 is you're going to create an associative array of 3 values, okay? Which means you're going to assign key values, right, to these values. Alright, now create it from this sentence also. Don't just create anything, just read this sentence again and create 3 associative create an associative array with 3 values. Alright, now number 4, what you're going to do is you're going to write a statement, basically one statement using the if. Your statement will include the if, else, and else if. Alright, if you read this statement very well, you will realize that you can use the variables that you created to actually create some conditions, right? If this, then this happens, else this happens, else if this happens, this should happen, right? So let's create one statement. All right, it could be an if statement, it could be an if else statement, it could be an if else if statement. Just create one statement, all right, using this scenario, right? And number 5 is you're going to echo out the second value in your associative array, okay? The second value in your associative array. All right, now I'm going to do this, all right, but I would like for you to pause this video, all right, and do this. And if you don't get an error, all right, I'm going to really appreciate you. I'm going to respect you. Matter of fact, I'm going to put some respect on your name, okay? All right, now let me just guide you through it. All right, before you pause the video, make sure you open your PHP tags, right, with no space. okay, after creating the file. All right, those of you who are PHP beginners, this is for you. All right, open your PHP tag, make sure you don't have any space in between it. Now when you are echoing, all right, when you're echoing something, all right, make sure if it's a string, keep it in a quote. All right, and even if it's a value, keep it in a quote. All right, so let's say I echo something like Paul is going to school, right? If I do this and I save it, let me just comment these out. All right, including this one. All right, if I save this, I'm going to get it. Oh, never see it. All right, sorry. Give me a second. Let me comment this out. Alright, then I save and I come over here. I get it here, right? Now let's say I have something below it. Let's say I have a variable below this called let me just say mangoes, right? And then I click on save. I'll get an error. Now if you get an error in a PHP, right, the first thing you have to do is read the error and focus on the last line. Okay, it says line 32, so PHP basically tells you where the error is, right? Now if you can see this, I forgot my semicolon here, right? So I'll put my semicolon, and if I save this, I will still get an error, right? I mean, if you look at this, you can tell where the error is, right? The error is at line 30, but it's telling me line 32 because PHP thinks that this has a problem because I forgot to put my semicolon here. You get the point? So if you don't see the error on the line, then it should be the next line that follows it, that precedes it, I should say. Okay, so make sure you have that done. Okay, don't forget your semicolons, don't forget your quotes. All right, that's basically what you're going to need after opening your PHP tags. Don't forget your quotes and your semicolon. Okay, they can give you headaches, right? All right, so go ahead and pause the video, do this exercise. I will also pause this video. Actually, I'm recording it, but I will also pause it and do this exercise, and then in a couple of seconds I will show my result here, and then you can compare it with yours, and then you can even upload yours. All right, and let's build a community. Let's work together. Let's see what we're doing. Let's see how we understand these things. Okay, thank you, and I'll see you later. All right, so I went ahead and answered my questions. Yeah, now if you did this correctly, you will be having 2 sentences, right, as your result, right? One from question 4, I guess. Question 4. Yeah, from the if question, and then the other one from the 5th question, where you need to echo the second value from your array. All right, now these are my answers, right? These are my answers. I created this variable called performer name, then I assigned it to Kelvin Hart, right? Then from this sentence, all right, from this sentence, right, I also got height, his height. I assigned it to height, right, variable. Then users. Now the users here are the audience, right? So I created a variable for that. So these are my 3 strings, variable string, right? String variables. And for the integers, I got user allowed 18, right? And then user underscore child. Now I forgot to tell you this. If you're a beginner, when you are naming your variables, right? Even though PHP is somehow case sensitive, this is just a convention, all right? It's people follow the same standard. It's just a procedure. Don't use how do you call it, hyphen, right? Hyphen to name your variables. Use an underscore, right? Underscore like this. So this is a user and this is an allowed user, so you say user underscore allowed. All right, this is a user but it's a child, so user underscore child, right? And now you might have a different names, a different variable, but I'm just explaining this to you. And I also got my third variable called user old, right? Assigned it 50, right? And then I also created an additional one that's not important anyway. My answer for question 3 was I created an array called comedy show, right? Comedy show. And inside it I said array, and then these are my key values. Performer I assigned it to the name of the performer. Now I could have done this. Check this out. I could have just typed Kelvin Hart right here as the performer. But what if this name is coming from a database, or this name is coming from a form, right? So what you do is you use the name of the variable. So you can use the name of the variable that is holding the value, and you can replace it and assign it to the key, and it becomes PHP will understand. All right, so this is actually one of the practical uses of creating a variable, so that you can reuse the information that is stored inside it. And it could be any information coming from a form, from a database, from an external source. All right, so I created another key value called performer height, and then I assigned it to the height variable, right? And then allowed age, I use the user allowed, right? Now let's go to question 4. This is my answer for question 4, right? I created an if statement first, all right? And this is my condition. It's a bit long, but yeah, you can have as long as you can have it as long as you want, right? Now first of all, I called the variable user allowed, right? And I said if this variable user allowed, which has a value of 18, right? If a user allowed is greater than or equals to, now this is an operator, right? If it's greater than or equals to 18, and right, because if you read the sentence very well, you have to be between this age, right? Between 18 and 49, right? So, and the same variable I called again is less than or equals to 49. So if this condition, if any user attending this show, right, is between the ages of 18 and 49, this is how you write it, calling the names of the variables, then this should happen, right? Then echo you are 18 and above and will be allowed to attend the show, right? Now if this is an else if statement, else if, this is a second condition that has to be met, right? Else if the user is above 50. So I call the user old variable here, it's a user old variable equals to above 50. So basically you are saying if whatever value coming here, right, is above 50, right, then echo you are above, you are 50 and above, you are too old to attend the show, please wait in the car, right? Then I called my HTML entities. This is just break tags. Now there are two conditions here, 1 and 2. What if this condition is not met? Like what if someone is not between the age of 18 and 49, and also it's not above 50. That means that person is old, I mean young, like it's a child, right? So you echo you are a kid, you are not 18 yet, kid, play with your friends outside. Now let's test these conditions, right? So inside over here I'm going to change the first, this one, to 16, right? Which means you're a kid, right? Now when I run this, I know you expect the browser to show this value, all right, but it's not going to show that value. Why? Because there's a second condition, right? Now if I should change this one to 40, right? I change this to 40, that means this condition is not met, this condition is not met, right? Now this is what we're going to see. Now we see you are a kid, you are not yet 18, kid, play with your friends outside, right? Now if I should change this one to 50, that means you meet this condition, the second condition, all right? So we're going to see you are 50 and above, you are too old to attend the show, play in the car, right? So that is how this works. If you did not get it, just try to look at this, all right, and try to do it again and do it right and experiment with it, all right? It's a very nice thing to play with. Now my answer for the fifth question is simple, because I already have my array here, right? So all I did was I called the name of the array, which is comedy show here, right? And then in square brace, right? Don't forget, always keep it in a square bracket. In a square bracket, I called the name of the key, right? The key right here. This is what I called, right? Now remember, this key is pointing to this, so this, when you call this key, when you call performer, you will see the name of the performer. When you call the performer height, you will see the height of the performer, because the height of the performer is a variable that is holding the height of the performer, right? So if I save this and I go here, I will see 5 inches tall, right? Now one more thing I'd like to tell you before I end this exercise is, when you create a PHP variable, you can access it anywhere, all right, outside, even outside the PHP tag that you created a variable in. For example, I'm echoing this answer inside this variable, right, inside this PHP tag, right, and this is where I created a variable, but I can still echo it outside this PHP tag, right? The only thing I have to do is open up another PHP tag, right? So if I should echo this, if I should save this, you will see it twice. This is the one show below, right? So you can access PHP variables outside the tag that you created the variable in, provided you open up and close your PHP tags, right? You open up a new PHP tags. So thank you very much for your attention. I would like for you to go over this exercise because it's abstract. This really shows that you understand PHP, all right? This is not something that you just copy and paste and start editing. No. Just read this, try to come up with your own, ideas and come up with your own solutions. And when you do this, then you have successfully understood all the basics of PHP. All right, thank you very much. I'll see you in the next section where we're going to look at the advance of PHP. All right, thank you very much and welcome to section 2 of this course. We're still looking at PHP, but now on the advanced level, right? Let's start with loops. Now, what is loop? As usual, we're going to talk about the concept, then the types, and then how to use it and when to use it, right? Now, in our last couple lectures, we talked about arrays, right? We said arrays, they keep more than one values, and whilst variables keep just one value, right? Now, when you have a lot of values inside a variable, right, and you want to go through them, because if you have a lot of variables in let me try and sketch something out to show you what I mean. All right, so we have a table like so, right? This table will not look exactly like a table, but I hope you're gonna get the concept. All right, we have a table like so, right? And here is username, right? And here is email. We got the email here, then we got let's say the password here, right? And this database primarily has a lot of information, right? Now, if you try to fetch data from, there's data here, there's data here, there's no data here, there's 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 no data here, but there's data here. If you try to fetch information from here, what you need to do is you need to tell PHP to go through the table in something like in a circular motion, right? You need to go from here, get the username, come to email, come to password, come down, go back to the next user, come down, go back to the other user. So now this action is what is called loop, because it's looping through. If you look at the English explanation for what a loop is on the web, it says it's a structure or a series or a process, the end of which is connected to the beginning. All right, so that is in a noun form, and in the verb form it's simply something that circles, right? So it goes this way, comes back to where it started from, and goes again, comes back to where it started from. And that's a concept that was applied to loops in PHP. All right, so basically you're going to be using loops to loop through your information, your data, so that you can perform certain tasks with it, right? So that is basically the concept of what a loop is. Right now, let's talk about the types. There are a lot. We have the do, the for, the while, the do while, and like I've been telling you, you don't have to learn all these things at once, at a time. It's going to confuse you. You're going to be wondering which one should I use, which one works best. All right, now for the sake of this course, all right, and for the sake of my teaching methodology, which I think works, I believe works, I should say, we're going to look at the for each loop, right? Because you're going to be using this a lot, more than all the other loops. All right, and as soon as you familiarize yourself with this one, as soon as you get to know how to use, and this doesn't apply to just this concept in programming, as soon as you get to know how to use one type, all right, under a concept, and you understand how it works perfectly, the rest will come easy for you. All right, because you already know the concept, you already know how to use it, when to use it. All right, so we're just going to look at the for each loop, and the for each loop is basically used to loop through arrays. All right, now I think I've got an array here. Yes, we created an array here. Now let me bring this down here. All right, so this is an array of called users, right? And this array has key values here, right? Key values, and then the keys are full name, nationality, current address. All right, I shouldn't have deleted that table I created, but let me just go ahead and design this once more, and this will look more ugly than the first one though. But we have this table here, right? Now let's pretend that this values we have here is coming from this table. So check this. Now the full name will be the names of the columns, right? Will be the column head. This will be nationality, right? And then this will be what would this be? This will be current address. You see that? And this will be age. All right. So the values, the key values here are being represented by these ones, right? You can see from here. All right. This is current address and this is age. Now when you want to loop through your data like this, you will have to, and you're using the for each loop. This is something like this happens. I hope you get the concept from here. All right. I need some space to type, so I will just remove this. All right. Now this is how to use the for each loop now, right? When you want to loop through these, and again we are assuming that these are coming from the database, right? So, and for each is a function, right? For each, all right, then you open your bracket. All functions go in a bracket. All right, when we come to functions, we'll look at that. Now you say for each, all right, users, you call the name. We are now looking at how to use this, how to use a loop. Okay, when you call the name of the loop, the name of the array, all right, you go as for each name of the array as. Now you have to give a name to the keys. All right, you have to choose a name, and you create another variable. So we can say for each users as user, and usually this will be the singular form of the plural form of the name of the array. All right, so if you have an array called tables, you will say for each tables as table. All right, if you have an array that has information about customers, you will say for each customers, right, as customer. Right, so now we are saying for each customers, for each users as user. Right, we can just echo something like this: user, right, user. And when we save this, we go to our browser, we can see all the values. Right, now let me put some break tags here so that it can look a bit nicer. Right, so you understand what is happening here right now, right? You can see these are all the values in the array. All right, and we're fetching it. All right, now if I should put an S here, which means now we are using the name of the array itself, not the key values. All right, and then I go to the browser. So I gotta give me a sec. So we get an error, right? We get an error on line 21 that says we can't use the name of the array now, because now we are looping through the arrays, and we chose our own key value to represent these key values. All right, so we just call the name of the key value. All right, and then we save it, and then when we go to the browser, we see the values coming out. Right, now when do we use this? All right, this is how to use it. Now when do we use it? We can use this when we fetch data from a database. All right, when we have when we have a excuse me, when we have an array, right, that is keeping, like this is my SQLi underscore fetch, right, array. All right, we have something like this. We have a database that is we have an array that is keeping an array of the data that we are fetching from our query result, right? Now, if you want to loop through the data, you can use this for each. Now, you will say for each, all right, into bracket, for each rows as row, like so. All right. Now, that means you've now fetched all the data that came in through the result. You fetched it as an array. You passed it to a variable called rows, which is now an array. All right. And then you are using this for each loop to loop through all the information you are, even if it's 1,000 or 1,000,000 data. All right. You can loop through each one by one. All right. And this is basically the whole concept. All right. I hope you understand what loops are and how they are used and when they're used. All right. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Just post it down there and I'll reply to your questions. Okay. So I'll see you on the next video. And if you don't understand it now, you're gonna understand it later when we start using it in a practical sense. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for taking this course once again. We've talked about loops. Now we need to talk about functions, and I want you to pay very close attention here because we're gonna talk a lot about this topic. All right, functions and arguments. Let's start with a function. All right. Now, a function primarily means a block of statement. Now, what do I mean by a block of statement? Let me take you back to the exercise that we did. Now, in the exercise, the answer for question 4, we created a block of statement, right? Because we had actually a statement, but let me just say a sentence so that you understand. I don't want to miss the difference. We have a sentence here. All right, and we created a block of statement from that sentence. So we basically created a statement that will perform certain action, right, certain function. All right, a block of statement that will execute certain function. Right. So if basically if this statement is met, something gets executed, right? So this is what we mean by a block of statement. All right. Now, when you create a block of statement and you want to use it repeatedly, for example, I want to use this in another area or in another place, in another form, in another file, then I can't be copying this and pasting this all the time, right? It's not gonna look nice, right? So what we do is we wrap this. All right, we wrap all these in a function. Okay, we wrap all this in a function. All right, and then when we want this to be executed, we call the function. All right, we call the function. So functions are statements, right, that we want executed when we call them. All right, so which means a function cannot execute automatically when you load the page, or you can make a function execute automatically by creating a function for that function to execute automatically. Get the point? But functions by default don't execute automatically, and they have to be kept in they have to be called to execute, right? So now that is basically the concept of a function. Okay, PHP has over 1,000 functions. Right now, tell me if you would like to learn all the functions before you start building real apps to gain the confidence, right? So this is what I've been talking about over and over again. You cannot know everything at once. All right, you learn the little ones that you can and the important ones that you can, so that you can use it, build apps, gain confidence, and then do more later, right? That is what we're doing right now. So when you want to create a function, you have to say that this is a function. You have to tell PHP this is a function by starting with a function. All right, then you call the name of the function. So if you are creating a function to show to authenticate, right? Let's say authenticate user, right? And now you see what I did. When you're writing a function, you either use an underscore, right? You can't use a dash. If you use a dash, this becomes a text, right? So use an underscore, all right, or a camel case. I see this a lot of time, right? Use a camel case, so the U becomes how do you call it, an uppercase, right? So this now becomes a camel case name for the name of your function. And all functions have a bracket. All right, now the reason why you put in this bracket here is because you're going to pass in arguments, right? Now we'll talk about arguments later on. Now after the name, you just put your curly brace, right? Now inside here, this is where your functions go, right? This is where your block of statement or statements go, right? So if, for example, if you want this function to authenticate a user, and you have all your variables and everything, and then you can simply say if let's say you have a variable that is fetching the password from a database, and the name of the function, the variable is password. All right, so you can say if password equals, now the password that is coming in from a form, so you can say form password, right? If password equals form password, then you can say header, like header is also a function, header location. All right, you say my account, right? My account .php, which basically means, look, get the user ID and password, and then get the password, right? This has to be double equals, compare it with the form password. If it's correct, then relocate to my account.php. So this is a function that we've created. All right, now if you want this function to work, you have to call it probably in the form, like so. You just type the name of the function, all right, and you call it, and you have to make sure this is in a PHP tag. All right, if it's not in a PHP tag, it's not going to work. All right, so basically this is how to create a function. Now you can see that this function has variables in them, right? If you have a function that has variable, let's go back to this function, this block of statement, right? So now we can wrap this statement in a function, right? We can just say function. Now this is the exercise, this is the answer for an exercise that we did, right? So let's say the name of this function is let's say allowed underscore user, yeah, allow user. Then we put our bracket, then our curly bracket, right? Now we need to put all these inside this, and now we have created a function to allow users, right? Now this function has variables, right? It has a variable here, it has a variable here. If your function is going to have a variable, then you have to tell the function that, listen, you would need these variables before you can execute the statement. All right, now if I go ahead and save this, we're going to get an error. I'm not calling this function right now, so let me call the function, right? So now I call this function here, all right, and then I save it, and then I go back, right? I get an error here that says undefined variable user allowed. I also get another one that says undefined variable old user, right? Now it's because I'm using user allowed, right, and old user inside a function, but I've not passed them into this bracket. So this, when you pass, when you are going, this is it's simply this. If you are going to use variables inside your block of statements, inside your function, you have to put them inside this bracket. All right, so here we have two variables like so, and we call these arguments. All right, so now this function now will say, hey, listen, I would need these before I can execute. All right, so these are now the arguments you're passing through them. All right, I'll say this again. When you create a function, and inside the block of your functions, right, if you're going to use variables, then you have to pass the variables to the bracket. All right, like so. Here you see this, we're going to use two variables here, right? Now if I call this, we're going to get an error because we have not passed it to here as an argument. So you need to put it in here, you need to put password in here, then you need to put this form password in here. All right, and this becomes an argument. All right, so this function needs to collect two arguments, right, two values, that pass it through the functions before it can work. All right, so this is a function and this is an argument. Now, like I said, there are over 1,000 inbuilt functions from PHP. All right, now we looked at things like we've looked at functions like if it's a function. We also looked at even echo is a function. All right, we also looked at for each, right? For each is a function, right? We also looked at what other functions have we looked at? So all the statement that we've written, right? These are all functions. All right, now this if function is taking this argument. See that? That is why this was able to execute. All right, so when you pass variables to your function, then you are creating a function that that needs to take in arguments, right? Now if I save this like so, look at how I call the function. Okay, I want you to pay attention to this. This is how I called the function. I just called it without the arguments, right? Now when I save this and go to the browser, I got an error that says missing argument 1 for allowed users, right? And then missing argument 2. All right, so PHP knows that, listen, this function needs arguments to execute. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the function, which means if you are calling a function that has argument, you have to pass the arguments, right, to the function. All right, now I'm calling this function with this with the argument. We already have these variables up in here, so I expect this function to execute perfectly without any error, right? So I'll save it, go back to the browser, and voila, you can see that we have successfully executed the function because we have successfully passed in our arguments, which are variables. All right, so I believe you get a concept, right? To use a function, you have to say function, name of the function, and don't write your function with a hyphen inside, all right, or with a dash. All right, use an underscore or a camel case. Now if your function or your block of statement is going to have variables, then you have to pass the variables to the bracket in the function. That tells PHP that, listen, this function will take arguments to execute the codes, the instructions inside, right? As soon as you get that done, you call the function. Now when you call this function, make sure you pass in your arguments or the functions will not execute. All right, so I believe you've now understood what a function is and what an argument is. And if you have any questions, you can post it down there. I will get back to you and clear every misunderstanding. Okay, and I'll see you on the next lecture. and we're going to use functions a lot, so you should understand it. Pause the video or rewind, play it again, and understand the concept and everything. All right, thank you. All right, welcome back. We are now going to look at include excuse me, and super globals. Okay, now in PHP, when you have different files, all right, or you have for example, in our exercise 1 we have got a whole lot of variables and a function, all right, and stuff like that here, right? And we want to actually access these on a different page, right? PHP gives us the flexibility. We don't have to go and type all these again. We don't have to do all this again, all right? We can simply come to the file that we want to access the information of these files in, all right? And then call our include function. Include is a function, all right, from PHP that helps you include other files, all right, so that you can access your files, all right. And as usual, a function, when you're calling a function, you have to open up your brackets, all right. Now this function takes a parameter, right, and that parameter simply is the path of where the file that you want to include is, all right. So you can just open your codes, and then you type here, we're going to type exercise1.php, all right. Now what we have done is we have included all the information here on this file, all right. Now let's test something out. In this file we have got a variable called users, right, and it's assigned audience, so we're going to echo this in the index, all right. And we also have a function called allowed users. I'll just copy this, all right. We are going to call this function here also, and let's see what happens, all right. But for now, let me check, let me just save this and check my, all right, now we have nothing here. Cool. So we just go, let's see where we can echo this below here. Yeah, below here I'm going to echo the variable, all right. Let's see, there was a variable called okay, let's just echo users, all right. Now if I save this and I come back to the browser, oops, hold on, I did not get the name correctly. So we're getting this error on line 99. Let's see why we can't. All right, so we're echoing users, and what does the error say? Array to string conversion. It's like we're trying to echo an array. Oh yeah, we have an array here. We have an array here, so we can't echo this, right? Now let's try and use another variable inside here. All right, we have a variable called performer name, all right, performer underscore name excuse me. So let's go back to our file, and you can see we are echoing performer name, which is coming from this file, all right. And now we included it on top of the page. This is, you want your include files to go on top of the page, right? And also we had a function, over there, this function. So I'm going to call this function, all right, and see if we can get something, all right. All right, see, so we're calling the function, all right. Now this is the first one here, all right, the performer name, and then we're calling the function which is being executed, all right. So as you can see, we are accessing this file, all right, using the include. Now there's another one called require, all right, require. Now require works differently from includes, in the sense that if PHP does not find the file, your application will crash, all right. So if you have an application that requires a file to work, you have to use require. But if you have an application that only needs to include you know, access some variables or some functions or some anything in another file, then excuse me, to say that you can just use include. Okay, so that is a difference, but they practically do the same thing. You can see they do the same thing. All right, now let's talk about super globals. I have a feeling this lecture will be long. All right, now super globals are basically arrays. All right, there are ways to recognize a super global. All right, let's talk about a concept. All right, super globals are arrays. They are always in capital. Right, you can see I have, let me uncomment this. Yeah, so these are super globals. All right, you can see them, they are all in upper cases. All right, and they start with a $sign. All right, these are super globals, and basically what they do is they keep variables in them. That's it. Super globals are arrays. All right, they keep variables in them, and those variables can be accessed anywhere in any file in your web application. All right, I'll say that again. Super globals are arrays. All right, array variables, right, that can be accessed anywhere on your application. All right, now I did something here. I included or required this file here. All right, so for example, if I did not do this, all right, I wouldn't be able to access the information here. All right, all these let's go back. Yeah, all the what we did here, we echoed the performer name and this allowed users. We call this function, which is in exercise 1. If I take the required out, I'm going to get an error here. You see that? I'm getting an error here. All right, on line 11. So what we are doing here, what's happening here is those variables are not global variables. All right, the variables here are not global variables. Now if you want to make a variable global, you have to use super globals on them. All right, for example, this global variable makes all your declared variables accessible to all your PHP files. All right, now I don't really want to go into this because you just have to understand the concept, right? For those of you who will be working more on procedural programming, if you want your variables to be global, you have to use this global. All right, so you probably have to say something like globals, all right, with an S. Okay, globals, and then because it's an array, okay, remember it's an array. All super globals are arrays, so you have to put this, your curly your square brace, all right, and then inside you open your single quote, and then you just type the name of the variable. So now you have created a variable like so. You have created a variable called users, but now this variable is or can be accessed, all right, anywhere in your page, in all your pages, in all your files. You can access this variable because it's a global variable. Okay, so that's it for the global type of variable. Now this is the global type of global variable. All right, and then we have the session. This is how session works. Now if if you are using other applications, you're gonna see that when you log in, you get a welcome message. Your information, your email stays the same. You get your image or whatever. We're gonna use this in our later sessions when we come to practicals. We're gonna use this to keep all variables, all right, and use them throughout all the duration of our application until we destroy it. Okay, so the session super global is used to keep variables throughout all the duration of our application. Now, it works differently from this variable. The difference is this: if you don't destroy what you kept in here, all right, it's going to keep them. All right, this variable, if you invoke this session variable and you keep something inside, in fact, let's go ahead and do something. All right, let's just go ahead and do something. So this is how to call the session variable. Excuse me. And because it's an array, we have to keep it in an array. Let's say we call this user info, right? So this now becomes the name of the array. Okay, and we can assign this to a single variable. All right, let's just put my name here. All right, and we keep it like this. Now what we've done is we have created a variable, an array variable called user info, and we've kept this inside this variable. All right, now when you want to make use of this section, this session, you have to do something we call you have to call the session. All right, you have to start it. So you do session then start. Okay, just like this. It's a function from PHP. So you just go session start and then you save this. All right, now I have taken out the required or the include. All right, which means on this file has nothing to do with this file. Okay, our SSS1 file has nothing to do with our index file. But what we're going to do is we're going to try and echo this. All right, we're going to try and echo this array or this variable inside SSS1. All right, so I went ahead and I started the session already here. So what I will do is down let's see here, I'm going to echo the session. So I will do, should be an underscore. All right, then session, and because it's an array we have to open our square brace, and then we type the name excuse me, of the array in here. All right, so we simply say echo this array, right? Then we check it in the browser, we get the name. All right, so you can see excuse me, that we are echoing this session, the value. All right, well, yeah, the value that we stored in this session. All right, now you can keep arrays. All right, you can keep arrays. If you want more than one value, you can create an array and assign it to this key value. All right, so we can do something like array. All right, array, and then into bracket. All right, we open up our bracket, and you know how to create an array, right? Let's say full name. This is the key value now. All right, then we go equals let's assign it a static name. All right, I will just copy this and I'll paste this here. All right, and then we have there will be a comma here because we want more. Let's just say email. All right, then we assign this to a static email. Now these email, sorry, I need to put my email here. So I'll just say gmail.com. Now these can actually come from a form. All right, these can come from forms. These can, let's say a user logs in, all right, and the user gets authenticated. You can just collect the full name or the email address of the user and keep it in an array in an array, in a section array, right? So we've created an array, and we have all these info, all these inside this array. Now what I'm going to do, we're going to go to exercise 1. Let's save this. All right, we'll go to exercise 1 now, and let's try to echo these, right? So we have the first one, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to echo the second one. Let me put some break tags here so that we see the difference, right? This is echo, and then BR. Just one is okay. All right, now what we need to do here now, because if we run this, we're gonna get an error, right? We're gonna get an error here because we're trying to echo an associative array, right? You can see this is an associative array. We forgot our greater than sign here, right? So this is an associative array, and just watch the way I'm arranging this. Let me just say this before we proceed, right? If you need to arrange your programs, your codes, to look nice so that other people can read it, right? I mean, if you look at how I arrange this, right, you can see all the variables in one line. You can see the equals on one line. You can see the values in one line. This is a good practice. So if you're not doing this, you have to start doing it. Okay. So like I said, in this, if we echo this, we're gonna get an error because we're not calling the key values, right? So what you're gonna do is you need to open up, all right, your another square brace, and then call the key values. Right now here we got a key value here called full name, all right, and then here also we're gonna get another key value, all right, called email, right? That's what we have in these, because this is how to call an associative array. This is not indexed, right? So now if we go to the browser, we need to see the two values that we had here, all right. Excuse me. So in the browser now, let's save this file and we come here. Oh, we're getting an error. We're getting an error on line 89. Let's see which error we're getting. All right, we're forgetting our how do you call it, our semicolon here, right? So let's save this. We go back and we get the name and we get the email, all right? So we can just say something here like we can say welcome, right? And then we concatenate this. We're gonna do concatenation later, all right? And then here we can say your email is, right? Then we do a concatenation. Concatenation simply means attaching, all right? And then we go to the browser. We can see that welcome, and then we get our name. Your email is this, right? This lecture is getting a bit long, and we need to talk about the other super globals, right? We need to talk about post, we need to talk about get, we need to talk about file, we need to talk about server, right? So I will end this lecture here, but I hope you've understood the concept of what super globals are. First of all, we'll be going with include and require. I hope you got the concept, all right? And then the super globals, we have looked at global and session, all right? And we just finished working on session. On the next lecture, we're going to start with post and get, and and the server. It's going to be an interesting lecture, but I hope you get the concept and everything. I'll see you on the next lecture. All right, we're still on our session 2, advanced PHP, and we need to finish up with our super globals. Okay, so let's just jump straight into it. We've already talked about a session and includes and globals. Let's talk about post, get, filing, and server. And for you to understand this, I will have to use a form. So I went ahead and I got myself a form here. All right, now let's just save this and see how the form looks in the browser, right? So it's just a simple form with two fields, right? Name and email, all right? And then what else we got? We got a PHP file that is going to process the information that we get from this form, all right? Now let's start with server, right? Server is a super global. It keeps arrays of path, all right, mostly path and headers, all right? Now excuse me. Now if you're working on a form, for example, right, in maybe probably the front end, let's assume this is the front end, right? and you want an authentication, you want username and email, right? Now you would want the form information to be sent to another file, all right, for processing, right? Now that is when the server superglobal comes in, all right? So the server superglobal takes in what we call elements, all right? You can check it up at go to W3 Schools PHP and then look for PHP superglobals, all right? And specifically focus on the server superglobal. It takes in a couple of elements, and one of them is request, all right? One of them is request. Let me uncomment this, all right? One of them is request method. Now when you use this element with this superglobal, you are simply telling your script that, listen, you're gonna get a request method, a request, all right? And then with a method, and then you have to state which method you want, all right? Now we'll come to that very soon, all right? So the server now, the server global, so this, to me, I would take this as the name of the array, all right? Right? Just refresh your memory for a second. We are saying all superglobals are arrays, right? Right? I want you to think like a programmer now. All superglobals are arrays, right? And even though you need to pass in elements, PHP calls it element, we can call it array names, right? So probably they just created a list of arrays and they said the name of the array, they called it element, right? So the server superglobal takes in elements, we can call it arrays, and you have to state, for example, if you call, this is another way to call the server superglobal. You call the server superglobal, right? And then you said PHP self, right? So PHP self basically means on the same page that you are on, okay? So instead of writing this, we could simply say index that, right, PHP. You see that? Because that is the file we are on, all right? Index.php. Now I hope you're getting the idea, but I need to connect the post and the get and the file for you to understand this, all right? Now when you create a form like what we've got here, right, you need to specify a method where you want to send the form, all right? Now we're going to use the server array to guide us and keep the path, okay? So instead of saying index.php, first of all we give a form a method. Now the method could be either get or post. I will talk about that later, right? But let's focus on the action now. The action is where you want the form to be sent, all right? So if you want the form to be sent to the same page, you could either say send the form to index.php, all right? But because we're going to be using the server global, right, the server superglobal, to get the information from the form, all right, we have to say, listen, create an array, right? Create an array. Oops. Let me just, yeah. Now create an array and then use the element name PHP self, all right? So now the path PHP self, which is the path is the index, is kept in this array, all right? So that is why we are using it here. So this is one of the things that you can use the server superglobal for. Now when we come to the array, the PHP file that will process the form, all right? Now if we were, let me say this, if we were processing this form to another this form here, if we were sending it to another file, let's say we were sending it to exercise 1 file to process it, we cannot put PHP self here, all right, we're gonna have to remove this and replace it with probably something else different, right? But because we are processing this form on the same page, that is why we put PHP self here. So this element is keeping the path, the same page we are on this, inside this server global, super global, right? And we're calling it here, and we say there's going to be a request method, right? And the method is going to be get. So now let's talk about method. Methods are ways of sending your information, all right? The information that you type in here, all right? The ways of sending this information to your PHP file to process it for you. Okay, now there are primarily two methods to send your files, your data from a form, right? From a form to your PHP file that will process the form. And the first one is the get. We have the get, which is also a super global, and also we have the post. Now the get is basically used to collect data from the URL or through the URL, right? So if you have if you see in this URL, all right, I will just type my name and my email, all right, like so. When I click on submit, you can see that I have full name, then my full name shows here, and then email, my email shows here. So this is not secured, all right? It's not a secure way of sending data through forms, all right? But it's still it's still how do you call it? It's still valuable. For example, if you're taking an ID, all right, an ID, you want to take the ID of a user so you can process it, all right? You can do this, all right? Now, if I submit this, I get an error. By the way, let me write something here, and then it says your name is this. Can you see that? So even without typing in the form, right, just manipulating the URL, all right, the request is being sent, all right? So you can see it's not a secured way to send data through forms, right? But it's still useful. We're gonna learn how to use it usefully, all right? Now we have the post. The post also collects data from forms, but it's very secure because the information doesn't get sent through the URL like this. Okay, so let's look at our PHP file closely, right? We open an if statement, and we said if someone clicks on the submit button here, all right, this is what you should do. We said use the get request method, all right? We just experimented with that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this to post. All right, we're running out of time, so let me just change this to post. Now this form will be sent using the post method, right? All right, which means the information will not be sent through the browser again. All right, now what we're doing is we are entering our full name, all right, and our email, right? So basically we're going to look at forms later on, all right, in depth, right? So I just want you to understand the concept of super globals, all right? So if you don't understand what is happening inside here, don't worry, we're going to talk about it, right? But let's just focus on the super globals now. Now this form, we're processing it here, is going to get the name, the full name, you can see right from here, and keep it in a variable called name, right? And we're going to get another one called email, all right, and then we keep it here. Now look at the method that we are using to get. We're using the get method, right? First of all, we put get here, and we are putting get here. If we run this, we're going to get an error. We're going to get an error because we are telling the code to use the get method to process the form, right? So if we save this and we type something here, all right, we get nothing, all right, because the form was specified to use the post method, right? So here we need to change this to post. We need to use the post super global, all right? Over here we need to use the post super global, and when we are collecting the form here, we have to go with post also, all right? So you see what is happening here, all right? Now if we say something here, let me put my name, right? Then I'll just go with an email. When I click submit, now the form is getting submitted, right? And we don't see it in a URL because we're not using a get super global, right? We're using the post, so the information gets posted blindly in the background to this form for processing, all right, to this form for processing. And because we're using the post method, we have to declare when we are collecting our values, we have to go with post, then the name of the inputs. We're going to do this when we come to forms, all right? But you can see how the super globals are working, right? Now if I had this file, all right, in a different file, all right, I just go ahead and create another file here called forms.php, all right, and all I will do is paste this in here, all right. But over here we cannot say server self PHP, because when we do this, it means we want to process the form here, all right. Remember what the server super global does, it keeps the path, all right. So here we have to remove this, and let's just simply say this form will be processed by forms.php, right, which is here, over here, forms.php, all right. Now we save this, we go back here, and then we type in our name, and I'm gonna use different email, right? Then we click on submit. We get an error that says the file was not found. All right, now let's see why the file was not found. Okay, we said forms.php. Oh yeah, we need to rename this file. It's not forms, it's forms, all right. So but you can see what happened, right? The form was being sent to the file that we specified here, right? So let's go back to our browser, and let's see now. If we click on submit, you can see the form gets submitted, and now we are in forms.php, and we are getting what we put in there, all right? So this is how super globals work, all right. We've looked at the include, we've looked at the global, we've looked at session. The post will collect data, all right, and keep it in a form of an array, all right, and send it to wherever you specify your form to send it to, right. The get will get the data from the URL, all right, from the URL, and keep it in the get super global array, and send it to whichever file that is going to process the values inside the get array, all right. We've not talked about files. We're going to use files basically to collect file data, right, like image or videos or stuff like that. I don't want us to go into this now. It's just very simple. But you get a concept of what is happening. Files, they work like post, they work like get. What they do is they collect images or videos or just files, all right. So it's also a super global that collects file variables, all right. So I hope you get the concept of how things are working. I would love for you to probably play this video back and try to experiment, and see how things work, all right. If you want to learn more about super globals, you can go, I think, from the understanding you have now, from the concept you have now, it will be easier for you to understand and read more about super globals. But let me advise you, don't go reading a whole lot about super globals, because you end up confusing yourself before you even get to understand how it can be practically used, all right. Anyway, I just demonstrated to you how to practically use it, so I believe that you already know what these are. I'll see you on the next video. All right, so we're on filters. Excuse me. We're going to talk about validation and sanitization. And let's jump right into it. Right now, from the beginning of this lectures, we've talked mostly about variables, right? We've looked at a simple variable that takes a static value. We've looked at an indexed array, this one. We've also looked at associative arrays, right? This one. This is basically an associative array that is that has its values as other variables, right? And then we've also talked about the super global array, right, with a static value. We've talked about a session super global variable, right? And then we last topic we looked at the get super global variable, which basically gets data from the URL like so, right? Yeah. And then we've talked about the post super global variable, which collects data from form values, right? Now, when you collect data and keep it in an array, you will have to do something on the data, right? Now, before you do anything on the data, you have to do something called validation, right? You need to validate the data. So what I'm going to do, I'll just demonstrate one example for you. I went ahead and I added some things to this form. All right, first I gave it a get request, all right, and I'm submitting it on the same page. That's why you see PHP server self, and then I'm also collecting the variables, all right. So let's go to the form now, and let's see something here. This is the email field for email, right? And I will just put my name there instead of my email, and the password I can put anything, and then I'll submit this form. All right, now this form gets submitted and it's being processed, even though the username, the email, is not an email, right? So you can imagine if we just went ahead and processed this file, probably sent it to our database, you can imagine the mess we're going to be having in our database, right? Now that's why the validation comes in handy. All right, now the PHP contributors have already created functions to do this for you. All right, I believe you now understand the concept. Now let me first talk about what validation really means, or the difference. Validation is when you are checking to see if the data that was entered was proper, right? Like what happened here. This is an improper data for this field name, right? Now we don't have any validation in place, so nothing happened, right? And then sanitizing data is when you remove illegal characters, all right? For example, if I get in here and then I type something like this is a script, this is a JavaScript alert. If I should run this, let me run this in this PHP. Let me run it here and see what happens, right? So I created a script called alert hacked, right? Now if I go to my browser, you can see this is a real script working here. I get a hacked alert, right? Now if I put this in here, all right, and I don't validate this, it could actually get into my database or whatever and mess up with my files or my data. Okay, this is how websites get hacked. All right, this is one example. It's called cross-site scripting. You can see I just submitted the data and this is what I get, right? So I'm hacked. In fact, I just hacked myself now. Anyway, you want to validate your data, your variables, all right? Wherever you're getting them from, you really want to validate them before you process them, all right? So now there are, like I said, there are functions that have already been created for us to perform this validation, all right? And one of them is the HTML special class. This one will basically convert all your character fields into HTML special characters, right? And the strip slashes will take out the slashes and stuff like that. And then the trim also works like any of these, right? Now the function that I like using most, and I will encourage you to be using most, is the filter var function. All right, now this function does both validation and sanitization, okay, and it takes 3 parameters basically. The first parameter it takes is the variable. All right, so if I want to verify or validate this get request that is coming in, I can just pass it through to this one. Right now, if I just save this and I go to my browser, let me comment this out first. Right, I go to the browser, I get HTML special chars expects at least 1 parameter, right? The same thing goes for strip slashes and trim. This is because you need to pass in your variables, all right, before these can work, right? So I can do something like this, and you can pass in any variable at all, any variable. It could be an array variable, it could be a session variable, it could be a post, data variable. It could be any variable. You can validate any variable that you want, okay? I was talking about the one that I like using most, which is the trim and the filter var. But the filter var does both the sanitization and the validation. Now, I said it takes in 3 parameters. One will be the name of the variable, all right? So you can either do this users, you can do users here, all right? And then the second one takes the filter name. This one is optional, all right? And the filter names look something like this. For example, if you want, the value in this variable is a string, then you probably do in uppercase, right? Filter underscore validate underscore string, okay, like so, and this string gets validated. All right, now if this is an email, if the value you're getting inside this variable is an email, you probably do email here, right? Now if you go to W3 schools, you go to PHP and then you look for the filter var function. This one, you're going to learn a lot about the types that you can pass in with the variable. All right, so you can validate email with a filter var email, you can validate an integer, all right, you can validate even an IP, a URL, email. So this is sanitized. You can sanitize an email, right? We're probably going to use this. Let's jump into something that let's try and validate, and I've explained the concept and how it's used. Now let's look at when it's used. All right, so in this example, I've got a form that I'm collecting the password and the email using the get request. Right now I want to clean this. What I would do, and what you should do, is collect the first data, all right, and call it input data or raw data, or you know what I'm saying, something that you will recognize that this is the raw data that is coming in, right? So now we collected the raw data of password and email, and we passed it through to these variables, right? Now we can actually trim these, right? Now you might not want to trim a password because some passwords have some values in there, some symbols in there, right? So we can actually put this in a bracket and say trim the email. You see that? So now we called the trim function, all right, and we passed in the get variable, the get super global that is getting the email from the URL. All right, now we can now say filter underscore var, all right, and then we open our bracket and we pass in this one, this email here, right, the raw email, because that is the first parameter that it takes, right, comma. And what do we want to do? Actually, from this trim function, I can say that we are already validating the sanitizing the data, I should say, we're already cleaning, right, the data. So we are sanitizing the data, right? Now we can call our filter underscore validate, right? Filter validate email, right, function here, the parameter I should say. And then now we now assign this to, let's just say, we can say clean underscore email. You see that? Clean underscore email. So clean underscore email equals filter var raw, raw email, the one we're getting, right? And then now this is what we need to use. Now we can't go using this now because this is just coming from the form, right? So we are validating this email here. Now let's go ahead and check this out. All right, now we're not going to echo the raw email again. We're going to echo the clean email, right? So let's see what happens. Right, so now I think I've passed the variable into the code. Let's go to our form. So I will write my name because that's what I wrote, right? My name, and then I will say something here, and then I submit, and we get nothing. All right, we get nothing because that is not a valid input. All right, if I put a valid email, then we're getting the valid email now, right? Let me try again. I put a valid email and a password, and then I submit. Then now we're getting the valid email and the password. You see that? So this is what validations do. All right, always try to clean your variables before you use them. All right, and you can simply use these two functions, the trim function. All right, you call the trim function, and into bracket you pass in your variable, the raw variable, all right, or the one you're getting, and then you can use the filter var to validate, all right, the variable that you got. And then after cleaning it, you can now pass it through your codes and process it, right? So that's what we've done. I hope you understand what validation is, and the concept and how it's used and when it's used, and this is a real example of how it can be used. And if you don't validate your data, you saw what happened with the script, right? I just hacked myself right there. So if you don't validate your data, you're gonna get hacked, and that will take away your reputation too. All right, so I'll see you on the next lecture. All right, we are on our last topic in section 2. We're gonna look at concatenation. All right. Excuse me. Now, concatenation, as usual, we're going to start with the concept, and then we'll look at how it's used and when to use it. All right, first of all, you need to understand that PHP files, right, can accommodate, I think I've already said this, can accommodate other types of programming languages like HTML. Right, now you can see this is a PHP file, but we have HTML inside here, right? Great. Now this, what we're doing here is we are echoing a string value in PHP, right? Now I can go ahead and echo what I call an HTML entity. This is not a PHP entity, this is HTML, and I will still get it, right? So concatenation concept is basically adding strings together, right? Now if you don't understand what that means, let me show you how in JavaScript. All right, we're gonna write a script here, and we all know the JavaScript came before PHP. So basically this is not a new technology, right? Now in Java, those of you who like to know Java, you are when you are creating a variable, you have to say var, all right? But PHP is powerful enough to know that as soon as you start with a $sign, PHP knows that you're creating a variable, right? But in JavaScript, you have to say var, right? Anyway, that was not part of this course though. Now, var 10, and then we go var, and we say y equals, let's put a value here. Let's say 100, right? Now, what I will do, I will alert. So this is like the echo of PHP, right? Alert is the echo of PHP, right? Now we say alert, and we put into bracket, and we say the variable s, right, plus the variable y. All right. Now if we go ahead and save this in our browser, we get 110, right? So we are adding the values, right? Now this is basically not an addition. It's not an addition in the sense that it is just joining. All right, it's like joining this value with this value. All right, because if I change this to a string, right, if I change it from integer to a string, like all right, I'll just put my name, all right, and it's not that I like my name, it's just the first thing that comes to my mind, and I don't want to be wasting time. All right, so I just put my name here, and when I save this, all right, with a space, when I save this, you can see I get my name here, right? So you can't tell me that JavaScript added my name, because you can't add strings, right? So it joins, right? So this is the plus sign in JavaScript is used to concatenate, right? So do you understand the concept now? Concatenation is joining values together, and whatever is in the value will be joined to whatever is in this value. All right. Now this is the the JavaScript style. Let's look at the PHP style, right? PHP style was going to use what we call a dot. All right. Instead of a plus, it's going to use a dot, right? Now, I want us to save time. I don't want us to go do a lot of typing. We already have a lot of information here, right? Now, in this function, we are checking to see if we can get a request method in our browser, right? Now, if we get a request method in the browser, then what we do is we collect the values in the request method, and which are password and email, and then we pass it to the raw function, raw variables. We clean the email, and then what we are doing here is we say if raw email or clean email is ready, right? That means if there is something in any of these fields, right? If there's something in any of these fields, then do this, right? And what we want to do is we want to echo, right? We want to echo something like a string. Now, when you're echoing a string, you have to put it in what? You have to put it in a quote, right? So echo, let's say echo, this is your email, right? Echo, this is your email. Now, what if we want to show the email? All right. Now, if we are echoing a variable, right? If we are echoing a variable like a clean underscore email, we don't have to put it in a string. See what happens when you put it in a string? I mean, in quotes. Sorry. When you put it in quotes, and you have some things here, PHP will assume that this is what? This is a variable. All right. PHP will take this as a string, I should say, as a string. So what you want to do is concatenate, right? You want to concatenate your strings, all right, like this one, all right? You want to concatenate your string, you say dot, all right, then you call the name of your variable that you want to concatenate. All right, this is email. Now if you run this, first you get your JavaScript. We need to take it off anyway, and then now we're getting what, this is your email, and we're getting the email that we typed in. All right, I will type in a different email and then I submit, and we're getting it. Right now, this is what is happening. We need to put a space in here. All right, so if you want to put a space in a concatenation, all right, you will have to do it on the string like this. All right, and let me take this Java off. Now when you save this, you're gonna get the space in there. Right now, what if you want to put the variable inside? You see that? You want to put this variable inside here. Right now, what you're going to do, because you want to continue typing here, let's say your this is your email, or let's say we want to say your email is, all right, your email is. Now the next thing that follows, we need to put it in the same type of quote that we started with. Right, see this quote? We need to put it here. If we don't, whatever we type will be seen as a text. All right, so what you do is you need to concatenate. This is a very crazy topic, right? But as soon as you get to learn how to use it, you will really enjoy it. Okay, it's very simple. All right, if you would type in a string and you want to call a variable inside your string, you have to use a concatenation. You have to say dot, then you call your string. If you want to continue typing a string, you have to say dot again. You see that? And then you open up your quote again. So this is your email. Let's say space. All right, because if you don't put a space here, then the email will join it with this, right? And there's no way you can put a space in your variable, right? So you say please log in, right? Let's say something like this, right? And then you put your semicolon, right? And now if you save this, right, and you go to your browser, you will see that this is, you can see we didn't put a space in there, so we need to put a space in here. Right now, if we go back to the browser, we can see this is your email is, then we get an email, please log in. Let's try with a different email. All right, and we submit, and you say your email is please log in. All right, so you've understood the concept of concatenation. Now if you started typing this with a single quote, all right, you need to continue with a single quote. All right, you need to continue with a single quote until you finish. All right, if you do this, I'm not sure if it's going to work. You see that we get an error, but as soon as I change this, all right, change this to a single quote, then we get it. Right, so that is the first concept. Now I believe you understand the concept, you understand how it's used, and this is actually an example of when to use it. All right, so another way you're going to be using this is when you want to echo something that is already in HTML, like for example this, right? You want to echo this clean email inside here. All right, now what you can do is, let's see something here. Now inside here we're going to create another call it value, and we want by default this value to be the email that we got from here. Right, I'm not sure if this will work, but I just want to explain the concept for you. if you are inside an HTML and you want to echo a PHP, you'll have to open a PHP tag. Okay, don't forget that. Don't ever forget that. If you are in HTML, right, and you want to echo a variable, a PHP variable, you have to open, all right, you have to open your PHP tags. All right, so inside here I will go do something like your email is, all right, then here we concatenate, all right, we close this, all right, and then we concatenate this with excuse me, the name of our variable. All right, I'm not sure if this is going to work because we are not actually getting real data. All right, so this will be clean email, but I just want to show you the concept. All right, let me bring this down so we can see it. Great. Now we are trying to echo a PHP variable inside an HTML tag. All right, so we went ahead and we opened our tag. We've not closed it yet. That's why you can see this is not really looking good down here, right? So what we did was, if you are using double quotes in your HTML, which you're going to be using a lot of times, right, you will have to use a single quote when you are echoing PHP. All right, the same thing applies to this one. All right, if let's say we had a div here, all right, we had a div which is also HTML, all right, with a class, right? We had a div with a class. Now what is going to be in this class needs to be in single quote, I mean double quote, because over here we opened the echo statement with a single quote. All right, now if you went ahead and put a single quote here, it's not going to work because it will be conflicting with this. The echo statement will think that you are ending the tags just here, right? The echo statement will think this is just your open and ending tag, right? So you don't want to do that. So we've talked a lot about this I mean echo and concatenation. All right, first make sure you are using the same quotes that you open with. All right, if it's double, use double, but inside, if it's double outside, use single inside. Just a simple rule you have to follow. All right, if it's double outside, then unless you are just echoing a string and a variable which cannot be in code, you can't put a variable in code because the echo statement will echo it as clean email. All right, that is why we are separating this from this using the concatenation method. Right, now when you are inside an HTML tag, right, your echo starts with a single quote, all right, and you end it here, all right, with another single quote. Why? Because you want to input a variable, right, and then you go dot again because something needs to follow, right? Now the dot needs to start with a single quote again. Check this out. You see that? You see that? You're telling PHP that, listen, I'm not done yet. I just joined something. All right, so you open your single quote. All right, now inside your single quote, what we have here, your email is okay, and then we can say please, all right, login. Right, now we need to close our PHP tag. Now you can see we're back to normal, right? We just close the PHP tag and we're back to normal. So this is how to use it and when to use it. All right, this is how to use it. We explain this is when to use it, and this is how to use it. All right, now if you don't do this right, you're gonna have an error. All right, now if I save this, I don't expect to see an error, but I expect to see a variable declaration error. Yeah, here. So here we get undefined variable, all right, because we cannot use this variable here, all right. This variable has to be used here, all right. So I believe you've seen the differences, and try to experiment and read more on how to use this I mean the concatenation. It's a very simple concept, okay. It's a very simple concept. Thank you very much, and we're gonna have some exercises coming up, tough ones I should say, but again, if you're able to do it by yourself, then I'll put a whole lot of respect on your name, okay. Thank you very much. All right, so we are on our exercise for section 2, how to take a minute to watch Cristiano Ronaldo, Portugal. Actually, he's not doing anything in this 2016 Euro 2016. I'm surprised Portugal is even in the semis. By the way, I've got the exercise ready, and it's 3:40 a.m. right now, but I will try and do this exercise myself before I go to bed. All right, we're gonna create a file called exercise2.php. all right, and we're gonna keep this file in our exercise working files. All right, now I want you to read this everything here very, very carefully, all right, because it's abstract. You need to do a little bit of thinking to get this right, okay. You got contacted by a senior manager from virtualines.com. I'm not sure if this exists. I just made it up, and it sounds nice too. Virtualines.com, and he wants you to he wants the following to be set up by the company. All right, the company's online backend management system. So basically, he wants you to he wants to process the following data, which is coming in from a form on the company's customer queries.php, and the form is also on this page. All right, so he's gonna collect username, secret word, email, age, full name, address, customer complaint, and he wants these data securely collected. All right, and he wants to know which super global variables that you will be using. All right, so in this question, I want you to just give me a list of the super global variables that you're going to use to securely process this data. All right, and remember, it's on the same page. The form is on the same page as the query. We're just assuming, okay, we're just assuming. It's just an assumption. And secondly, he wants all the data to be validated and sanitized before they are passed to the process customer query for processing. This is a function, as you can see. It has a open and close bracket, right? So this is a function. Now, number 3, he wants to keep the customer username, all right? Username, this one, and email. He wants to keep it throughout the duration of the application until they sign out, to avoid creating more functions that will fetch for the user and secret word all the time. This should be email, all right, because you're keeping the username and the email. All right, that's what he wants. So you should know the kind of super global that you're going to use for this, and you're gonna create it. All right, you're gonna create using that super global. You're gonna create a variable, a super global variable that is going to keep this. I'm trying not to tell you the answer, you know what I mean. I'm trying to make you think and do this, right? And then the 4th one is he wants you to create a function that will verify the minimum secret length, all right, this secret word, right? The minimum secret word length, it shouldn't be less than 8, all right? It shouldn't be less than 8. So you're probably going to use a function called string length. All right, you can look that up. I just gave you the solution to this one, but still I want you to use that function. I mean, yeah, that function to create a function that will check for the minimum that will check and make sure that the minimum secret length is not less than 8 before it passes to the form. All right, now the fifth one is he wants you to keep all the data coming in from the form in a variable. All right, in a variable, and write a function that will display all the data to the customer support team. All right, so basically here, all right, I'll just leave that to you to do. Just think about it, and please, I would love for you to do this exercise. Okay, just think and do. If you can do this genuinely, all right, you can go back and watch the videos, go back and do some research. If you can do this genuinely, trust me, you can do any PHP tax. All right, now where are we? All right, okay, and there's a note here that I want you to take care of, right? Take notice of. He wants all the functions to display error and success messages. All right, so you're going to be using the if and the echo state functions, right? Containing, and your echo statements should contain the values, all right, that is coming in from the form, from these variables that you're going to create. All right, and he wants you to assume and use static values. All right, so we're not going to literally create a form, we're just going to use static values for these variables. All right, I hope the explanation is clear, so I'll pause the video and then I will do it. All right, it's almost 4 a.m. now, but I will do this, and I'll just show you my answer in a couple of minutes, but try and do yours too. All right, try and do it by yourself too. All right, I'll see you now. I'll see you in a bit. All right, it took me about 30 minutes because I really wanted to give you something that that makes sense. And also I was thinking that I could maybe put these files, all right, the exercises we are doing actually with the solutions. I put it in a text file or any file, and then attach it, so that you can use it mainly for referential reasons. All right, I don't want you to, I really want you to do this before you try to check your solutions and stuff like that. But don't just go straight to the solutions. All right, it's not gonna help you, because this is not a copy and paste exercise. This is not an exercise that you copy and paste and try to change some things. It doesn't make you learn. All right, if you can do that 100 times and then still you'll flaunt in PHP. All right, this is what makes you a real PHP developer, when you take abstract words like this and then you convert it into something programmable. Right, now I just commented this out, and then this is the first thing I did. All right, I went ahead and created variables. Right, and these are raw because these are coming in from these have not been validated yet. All right, so I just copied everything here. All right, then I put raw, $ raw, and underscore to them, right? And then I assigned I assigned my static values to them, right? And if these were actually coming in from a form, what we would want to do is use the post method, right? Because he wants, look at it from the eye, he wants the data to be securely collected. All right, so we cannot use the get method, the get super global, right? So we're probably going to use the post, all right, and then put the name of the input field, and then probably use the trim function or the strip slashes function or whatever, just to clean, just to sanitize it, right? But if you read the note that I put down here, he just wants us to assume and use static values. All right, that is why I just did this. I'm saying he actually, when I was doing this, I felt like I was being contacted by a company to do this, right? I felt like it was real or something. Anyway, it's just virtual, it's just assumption. All right, so I went ahead and did this. All right, and then my solution for number 1 is to declare the super globals that I'm going to use, right? And remember, we are sending the form. All right, we are processing the form on the same page, so we're gonna need the server PHP self super global. All right, and also we want to collect the data securely, right? So we're gonna use the server request method post super global. All right, and we're gonna collect the data using the post super global. All right, so that was my solution for number 1. All right, after I've done this, right, this so on number 2, this is where we have to sanitize the data, right? We have to sanitize and clean the data, right? So what I did was I called it the filter var function. All right, then I passed in the raw username that I'm getting from here. See that? And then I passed it in here. Then I called the filter sanitize string. All right, because it's a string, so we just have to clean it. All right, we just have to remove all any unwanted stuff over there. All right, and then the secret word, also I use filter var, then I called the secret word variable, then I use this filter sanitize string. For the email, I call the filter var, called the raw email, but I use the filter validate email. All right, so if we put anything here that is not a good email, we're not going to be able to echo it because we're calling a filter var email on it, right? And then the age, I used the filter validate integer. All right, because the age has to be in an integer. All right, so that's what I did for age, and I expect you to do similar things. I do not expect you to use filter var string, all right, on age. That's not possible because this is not a string. The value we are getting in this variable is not a string. Okay, full name, address, and customer complete, all I applied the sanitized string. All right, so that was my solution for number 2. All right, now number 3, basically you have to create a session. All right, because he wants to keep the user name and email throughout the duration of the application until the user signs out. All right, so I created a session. I called it customer info, and I created an associative array. You could create any type of array for this, right? But I created the associative array, and I'm using username as the key value, email as the key value, and I'm assigning it to, right, the clean. You can see these are my clean variables now, right? I'm assigning it to the clean variables because now they are clean. Now I can use them. All right, so you can actually assign a variable to a key value. I think I've already talked about this, right? And remember, only the first one, or if you had 5, number 1 is going to have a comma, number 2 a comma, number 3 a comma, but the last one will not have a comma, right? So what I did was I tried to echo my my session to see if it's working, right? So I said echo session name is, then I concatenated it with session, then I called the section name, all right, or the array name, then I called the key value, and I said your email is session array name key value, right? And then I tested it, and it's here. This is the session name is 𝐏𝐫𝐵 and then the email is 𝐏𝐫𝐵Rian@virtuallines.com, right? And if you look up in here, this is what I assigned to them. The email is the username is 𝐏𝐵, and then the email is 𝐏𝐵𝐵Rian@virtuallines.com, right? So that's working. So that was my solution for number 3. Now number 4, we basically need to create a function that will validate the minimum secret word, right? So I created a function, I called it minimum secret word, and I'm passing in, you can see I'm passing in the clean secret word, right, variable, this one. I'm passing in the clean secret word variable, all right? If you don't pass this in, you're gonna get an error, all right? So now there are actually 2 ways to do this, okay? But whichever method you use, you need to call this function, all right? The string length, the str length. All you had to do was just go to Google, all right, and go PHP function, you know, to count string length, right? And then when you get in, make sure you're on a reliable site like W3 Schools. You just have to click on it and you see an example of this, all right, string length, all right? So that's what I did. So what I did was I called the string length, and then I passed in my clean password, all right? Then I assigned it to a variable called counted secret word, all right? And then I kept it, I said if counted secret word is more than or equals to 8, because it shouldn't be less than 8, right? So now another way you can do this, all right, another way you can do this is to copy the whole thing here, all right, and then put it here like so, all right? So basically you are telling PHP that if this function counts this the value in this variable, all right, and is greater than or more or equals to 8, then execute this function. This will work too, all right? You can see it's working, right? But because I don't want you guys to be confused here, so what I did was I created a variable, all right, that is counting, that is holding a value which has the counted version of the secret word, all right? So I just called the variable. I said, look, you already have the counted value of the secret word. Why don't you just check if it is greater than or less than 8? Now, if it is greater than or less, or if it is greater than or equals to 8, echo your secret word is, all right? And I concatenated it with this secret word because that is what I think what is his name again? Mr. Senior Manager, right? That is what he wants us to do. He wants us to, if possibly, echo or display the error statement that contains the value, all right, in the form. So I expect you to do something like this. When you're echoing your statement, try and echo the value, all right, the value, and then the values are kept inside the variable. So I expect you to do some concatenation here. And if you see what happened here, I put a single quote here. Now single quote here is regarded as a string, as part of the strings, all right, because I want this word to be in a quote, right? And I think I did it. I was able to do it. So I went, your secret word MBA cannot be less than 8, and I can show you the secret word here. This is it. Secret word, the raw secret word has MBA, a static value called MBA, right? So yeah, that's it. I mean, you can go through, you can just go through what I did here. Now I had to call this function, all right, before it works. All right, remember to call your function. If you don't call your function, it's not going to work. Then I passed in a couple of break tags. And then the solution for number 5 is basically to create what? To create an array, right? So what I did was I created an array called all customers data, all right, which I passed in the clean values that I was getting, all right, the clean values that I created, then I assigned it to the key values. All right, and then all I did was create a function called display all customers. All right, then I passed in the name of the variable. So this is basically an associative array variable. Okay, so I passed it in, and then we're running out of time, and then I just created this. All right, this function, that I passed it in. Then I said, hey, support team, this query came in today. Then I created a for each loop, and then I called in, because there is no plural for data. Data is actually the plural form. The singular form is datum, right? So I said for all, I said all customers data, for each all customers data as customers data, and then I echo the customer data, and then I called my function, and this is the result that I got. All right, so thank you very much, and I'll see you in the next section. All right, it's another day, and we thank God for this day, right? We're seeing this day, and we have gone so far, probably halfway. You know, we just completed PHP and object-oriented programming, right? From now on, we're going to be using Pido to connect to our database. We're going to be using forms, you know, creating forms to post data and fetch data from our database. So it's Ajax to request that data, right? So we definitely have to have our database created. All right, so let's jump right into it. Right now, if you want to start your database, you just have to click open your control panel right from the desktop, and click on, make sure you start your MySQL right over here. Make sure you start it. Mine is already started, and then you click on the admin button here, right? And then it will take you to your admin, your MySQL admin page, right? If you don't get it, then try and change your port number, your localhost port number, to the port number that you set it to. All right, and then you just press enter, and then you will be taken to your PHP admin. All right, so we're just going to look at the overview. All right, PHP admin is basically a database software, all right, that works with PHP and Apache, all right, or other web servers, right? Now, if you're new to this, let me just walk you through the interface, right? Your database names, right, and the tables will be over here on this left pane here, right? So these are all my database names. These are all the names of my database, right? And if you expand this, you would see the tables that you have, all right, under each database. All right, great. Now if I click on this, what happens is it opens here, all right, and you can see from the address bar, always look at the address over here, all right? This is the local host, and this is a database, and this is the name of the database. All right, if I click on any of these tables, right, you can see the address changes. So I'm inside, I'm in a table, all right, and the table name is admin, and I'm in the database called this is the name of the database. All right, now the browse button basically shows you the data you have under the database. All right, that's what a browse button does. All right, the browse button here, it shows you the data you have inside the database. All right, the structure here shows you the names of your columns. All right, and from here also you can add to it. That is, if you've already gotten a table, all right, you can add, you can delete, you can just check here and change it, or drop it. Drop means delete. All right, and then the SQL, this is basically when you want to query your database. All right, now MySQL, PHP admin uses SQL. right? And that basically means you're going to be writing some functions, right? This is the function of MySQL, all right? This is the function, all right? And this function is called a query, all right? So SQL is basically a query, all right? For example, what I'm seeing here, all right? What I'm seeing here, the query for what I'm seeing here is select all from vehicles. This is the name of the table, and I'm ordering them by the image description in ascending order. Get that? So we're gonna look at how to create these query functions. All right, it's super easy, super easy. All right, we have a lot of them. All right, now search is when you want to search through your database, because you could have over 1 million or even 1 billion data, all right, inside a single database. All right, and then we have insert. Insert is when you want to add, all right, data to your database tables, right? And then export is when you want to download these tables, right, or even the database, right? We're going to be exporting our tables to our live server, all right? We're going to be doing that, all right? So when you are exporting, you are downloading, all right, whatever you are exporting, either the table or the database, all right? And then when you go to the live server, all right, the live server, and then I will show you the live server database also. It's almost the same, all right? So I'm in my hosting account right now, and I'm hosting with HostPapa. For some reasons, I like them. Their interface is very easy to use, and I don't know, I just like them. I've tried a lot of hostings, but I just like HostPapa, and I chose HostPapa Canada because you know, for security reasons too. All right, now when I come to database here, right, and I click on PHP MyAdmin, all right, it takes me to my database, right? This is, you can see everything is almost the same here, right? So over here you can click on databases. Now basically you're gonna have your hosting name, all right? So everything will start with your hosting name, all right? So see, the name of my database is this, starting with a hosting name, then the name of the database, all right? For some security reasons, I cannot show you the data inside this database because this is my live server. Actually, I'm not supposed to be showing you this, but I trust you guys, all right? So this is the SQL, this is the import, export, all right, and stuff like that. Almost similar, all right? Almost similar. Let me take you to this side, all right? So this is the SQL, all right? Here it shows query, but it's ever there's SQL, and then export, import, and operations. Let's go back to the local host and see what the operation does, right? So if we import our data and we come to the live, if we export, I should say, and we come to the live server here, we're going to be importing the database tables under each respective table, right? Database, right? So over here in our local server, we have the operations here. Now what these operations do is, if you want to edit something here, either the database table or the database itself, right? For example, if I click on the database, all right, it takes me to the structure of the database and shows me the tables inside the database, right? But if I click on operations, it takes me to a place where I can edit the name of the database and stuff like that, right? The same thing applies to tables. If I click on this table and then I click on operations, I can change the table name and stuff like that, right? So that's what operations do. The operations, they work mostly on the name, on the objects here, right? On the database name and the tables inside the database, all right? So we're going to be jumping straight into it. This is just how the interface looks, all right? It's super easy, super easy. Now you can do this, everything you can do here, you can do it using codes, right? But we're not going to spend much time on that. I mean, this is why there's PHP MyAdmin, all right? So that you can just use the interface to to work. All right, and you can see, if you click on the PHP admin, you can see the properties of the database server here, right? The type, the server that it's on, you know, the version and everything. All right, so I'll see you on the next video, on the next lecture. Thank you. All right, so let's go ahead and create our database. All right, we're in PHP admin, okay, and we've not done anything yet. We just want to go ahead and create our database. All right, so the database we're going to create, we're going to click on new. All right, new here, and then we get this. All right, now the name of our database, we're going to say course_app. All right, you can give it any name you want, you know, as long as you can remember it, right? So we'll just say course app. All right, it's very easy, super easy to remember, right? Course app, and then we click on create. All right, so when we click on create, the database tells us that we've created a database. PHP tells us we've created a database called course app. Now we need to create our tables, right? So basically, before you do this, you should have already planned it out, right? You don't just start creating your databases like that. All right, you have to, even if the name comes easy, the table, all right, and the table names, you have to sit and plan it, all right? And even though you can always edit, it's always nice to, you know, have everything planned, right, before you even start creating them. All right, so we're gonna create a couple of tables, all right, under this database, and I'll give you the field names that we're gonna be using. All right, so let's start with the admin table. All right, where we're gonna have our admins, right? We're creating an application, right? So we're gonna have users and we're gonna have admin. All right, so the name of this table will simply be admin. All right, and it's gonna have about 1 2 3 4 5 6 columns, right? You can see it here, so we got to change this to 6. All right, and then we'll click on go. All right, go. All right, I hope I'm not moving too fast for those of you who are learning this for the first time. And then now here we're gonna put the column names over here. You see that? And then we got types. All right, types are basically like the value, right? If you want the value to be in a string, then you gotta use if you want it in a short string, you gotta use varchar. If you want it in a long string, you gotta use text, right? If you want it in date, you gotta use date, right? And these are basically the most used, right? How do you call it? Types, right? Data types. These are called data types, the most used data types, right? But if you want the advanced one, then you have to start scrolling and, you know, checking which one you really want to use, right? So we're gonna start with ID. Always start with an ID. All right, an ID, we're gonna use an integer data type, and the length can be anything from, you know, whatever you want, but we're just gonna say 11 for this one. All right, and the ID has to be auto incremented. All right, the ID has to be auto incremented. All right, because we don't want to be putting an ID all the time, right? We just want it to the database to do it automatically for us, right? So over here there is, see the AI, that means auto increment, right? So you're just gonna check in the box, and when you do that, the database will tell you, look, you want this to be auto incremented. Do you want us to make it a primary button, a primary key? And then you say yes. All right, so either ways you can choose primary here before clicking on auto increment, right? It works either ways, right? Leave the rest like that, you know. We don't really need to do anything else besides that. The next one will be email. All right, and we're gonna go with a varchar, right? And we're gonna say you can say 100 or you can say 255. Just say 255 to be safe. I don't know if anyone has an email up to 255 characters though, but you can just leave it there. All right, leave the rest like that. You don't need to do anything else. All right, then we're gonna say sex. Right, this is for admin, right? We're gonna say sex, and then sex we're gonna choose a vaca, right? And we're gonna go maybe 100. This we can do 100, right? And then we're gonna say password, right? We can just say pass for short, right? And also we're gonna do a vaca, and we're gonna do a 100 or 255. Let's do 255. All right, some people have some crazy passwords though, right? And then we get full name here, right? Full name. All right, the name doesn't matter, just make sure you can recognize it, right? Because you're gonna be using it, right? And then we go back and let's do 255 on this, right? And then we have the email. We're gonna go image, and also we're gonna make this a vaca, all right? And we can do 255 for this one also, all right? For this image, basically we'll just be keeping the image name. All right, we don't keep images in the database. You don't want to do that, all right? Because if you keep the actual image in the database, what happens is if something goes wrong, all right, if for example your image gets corrupted or something, then the whole database is going to fail. All right, so basically we're just going to be keeping the path. We're going to be creating a folder where the image is going to be, and then we're going to create a path, all right? But still it's going to work with the ID and everything, all right? So basically if we are querying for an image, then we're taking the ID, all right? Then we compare the ID, we match the ID with the image ID, and then the database will go in the folder and fetch for the image for us, all right? So that's the best way to deal with images in a database, all right? So everything is looking great now. We can go ahead and click on save. Yeah, save over here, and then we're good now. Inside this table, all right, inside this database, all right, we can now see that we have our table called admin. All right, let's go ahead and create another table real quick. So over here, down here, all right, down here, or you can click on the database, all right, and over here you create another table. We're going to call this users, right? And this is going to have 5 columns, right? And we're going to go and put our column names, all right? So we're going to have ID as usual. It's going to be an integer 11, and it's going to be we need to auto increment this, all right? So you can choose primary here and go and then go to auto increment, all right? And then we have our email. We're going to follow this by an email, all right? We're going to choose 255 for this one, all right? And then that's it. And then we're going to go to password, all right? Password, and let's just put the full name, password, right? So that we know the difference between what we put here and what we put there, right? Password, we're gonna go with 255 also, and then we're gonna go with full name, right? The full name, let's write this full name like this so that we don't get confused that much, all right? Full name, because we're gonna be working with these 2 tables, right? So the full name, we can go with 255 also, all right? Then here we just say amount excuse me, spending underscore AMT for amount, right? For amount. And then we're gonna leave this as integer, right? We just want it to be in an integer form, all right? And here we can say 255 also. So that's it for this table, the users table, all right? We can go ahead and save this. All right, so we can see we have we have created our two tables, admin and users. All right, so right now what we have to do is try and establish a connection to this database. All right, and also try and see if we can communicate with these tables. All right, and yeah, that's basically it. You've created your two tables. We've created a database and we've created two tables in the database. So I'll see you on the next lecture. All right, in this lecture we're gonna test our database. We're gonna test our connection to the database that we just created. All right, and then later on we're gonna look at some SQL syntaxes and functions. All right, so let's just go right into it. All right, now we created this. All right now we don't have any information there, right? Because when I click on browse I see nothing, right? But that's not a problem though. We just have to establish a connection to the database. If you were following this lecture, we stopped. This is where we stopped before the exercise. We stopped here, right? We stopped at exceptions, right? In our OOP. All right, what I want us to do is there is first of all, let me just show you the manual way of connecting to a database. All right, you're gonna need to use a function called MySQL and MySQLi underscore connect. All right, now this is a PHP function, all right, that you're gonna be using to connect to your database. All right, and this function takes 4 parameters. All right, and the parameters have to be in the form of a string or something, right? So the first parameter you're going to need is the name of the server, all right? And mostly you're going to have it as local host with no space, local host, all right? Because if we come to our server here, all right, we can see the name of the server is localhost, all right? Or 127.0.0.1. either ways it's going to work. All right, so you can either use the name or the IP. All right, but if you are connecting to a database that is on the same host, right, like now we are on the same host, then you can simply go with localhost. All right, and this applies to remote the host, your online hosting also. All right, but if you're connecting to a different host like a remote database, all right, then you probably have to use the IP address of your of the remote host. All right, all hosting all your hosts will be assigned an IP address. All right, the next thing you need is the username. All right, username of the server, all right, of the database server, right? And mostly in this case you're gonna need to put the name of the host. Now if you did not set a username like what we're doing here now, we've not set any username, but in the live server you probably need to set a username. All right, so here the username is going to be root. All right, let me see if I can find it for you here. Usually you're going to see it somewhere. All right, here you are connected as root. See that? With no password. All right, with no password. So root is our username and we don't have any password yet. All right, great. So and you can see it here, the username is root. All right, at localhost, that is the server name. All right, so we're gonna go and say root will be our username, and then we're gonna need a password. All right, you're gonna need a password to connect to your database. All right, and usually the password, if you did not set a password, as you saw we did not set a password, our password is going to be nothing, right? Nothing in the password, right? And then we got the last one will be the name of the database, which is this one. All right, the course app, that's the name of the database. All right, so the name of the database, we're gonna put the course app in there. So basically you need 4 things, right? This function takes in 4 parameters, right? And then this will be name of database, right? And that will be course, right? Course course underscore or the whichever name you use, all right? Whichever name you use, all right? So what you do is you open up, you can create variables, all right? This is what a lot of people do, all right? They will create a variable here and call it server, right? And then this will be username. I think I already got it here. Let me just attach the $sign on it, and then we have this is the username, all right? And then this is the password, all right? And then this is the database, right? So basically we've collected, this has got to be in a quote because it's a string, and so will this be in the code because it's a string. All right, so basically we have collected our database information, right, as you can see, and we've kept them in variables, right? So all we have to do is pass in the variables down here, right, inside this what do you call it, inside this function, right? So we just go server comma, right, because we're going to need another one. We're going to need a name, comma, right, then followed by the password, all right, and then comma, then the database name, all right, like so, right? You could also go ahead and then type these in, right? You could just say localhost, comma, root, comma, password, nothing, customer app, right? You could also do this. So with this, we have we have connected, actually. Basically, we have connected to the database. All right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to put this in a variable, all right, and call it connection, all right, connection, because you want to test it and see if it works, right? And below here, you can simply write a function, right? You can just write a statement and say if connection, right? That means if this connection got a response, right, from this function, right? If it got a response from this function, then echo, right? Echo database. It's got to be in a string. Database connection was successful. All right, something like this. Database connection was successful. Else, the else is when you pass in your error, right? You can say something like echo, right, connection not successful, right? Something like connection not successful. And then what people usually do is they concatenate this with a function, all right, that gets the error message, all right? So this will be something like say this is another function called MySQL, all right, underscore error, all right. This is a function that basically gets the error. It's just like the get method inside this exception, all right. So it takes a parameter of the connection, all right. It takes a parameter of the connection. So you're going to pass in the parameter here, then you're going to close this and say die. Die is also a function, all right, that closes the connection, all right, that closes this MySQL connection, all right. So you're going to say die, and you're going to pass in. It takes a parameter also, so you're going to pass in the parameter, the connection, right? And when you save this and we go back to our database, our web, we're supposed to get, we're getting an error on line 150. Let's see what's the problem. Connection, that is right. All right, we forgot our semicolon here, right? You need to put your semicolon there, right? So now when I go back here, I see database connection was successful. Some error. Okay, we're still getting this error message here, right? So let's just take this out. We're still getting this exception here, right? Alright, so we get database connection was successful. This means we have successfully connected to a database. Now, this is the procedural way of connecting to a database, which is basically not that secure, right? We're going to use Pillow to really build a very cool, secure connection to a database, alright? Now, if I should make a mistake here, right? Just take out the U, alright, out of the name. So this name is basically not wrong, right? I mean, not correct, right? It's wrong. So if we go back to the database, we are supposed to see an error, all right, from this connection, because there's an error here, right? So this is it. We're getting the error. Now, this is coming from my SQLi, all right? Now, the connection says, I mean, it says the connection is not successful, and then we're getting the reason from line 50 that says that the database name course app is is unknown, all right? So that is the reason, all right? So if we can, if we put this back, we put the U back, now everything is correct, and then we go here, we see the message that says we have successfully connected to a database. So this is how to connect to a database, all right? Now, what I want us to do is let's challenge ourselves a bit, all right, and try to use the try and catch, all right? Let's try to use the try and catch method to see if we can do something with it, all right? Because if you're following the lecture, this is basically where we stopped, all right? From before the exercise, this is where we stopped, right? So let's try and do this, all right? So what we can do is we're gonna try to connect to a database. We already have a function that is gonna do that for us here, all right? And so I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna put it in here, all right? So we are connected to a database, all right? Here we're not gonna throw in an exception because we want to rather check if, so we want to check if this connection was successful, right? So I will just bring the if, statement, all right? Here, from here, I will just bring the if statement over here. So basically what this will do, all right? What this will do is I'm going to comment this out so we don't get a conflict, right? So we have created our variables, right, for our connection, right? And we say try and connect, all right? So we call the function called connect MySQLi connect. We say try and connect to the database, use the data, the value inside these variables, which we specified here, right? And then we say if the connection was successful, then echo database connection was successful, right? And then we say else, right? So this is like an else here, right? We say catch. So it's here we're not passing in an else statement, all right? Because here we're using the try and catch method, right? So we say catch exception, all right? We call the name of the class called exception. We pass in our object name, all right? This is the object name we want to use, and then we are echoing the error message, right, that was caught by this method, right, which is inside this class, all right? So let's see what happens if we save this. Hope we don't get an error, right? So we're getting database connection successful. See that? We're getting it. Now let's try and remove a U here, right? And then we save this, and then we come back to the browser. Now this is it. We get a very simple, nice error, right? This error is more cleaner, right? It's more clean, I should say. It's more clean than the previous one. This is a very clean error. It tells you straight away, listen, this function tried to work, but there is an unknown database on line 166, all right? So I think this one is working perfectly, all right? This try and catch method. So this is basically a live demonstration or a practical demonstration of how you can use the try and catch to establish your connections to a database, all right? And we have to jump into syntax. I don't know if we have much time here. Let's just do it once and for all, okay? what I will do, I'll pause the video and just go to pull out where we can learn from, right? All right, so I just came straight away all the way to my SQL in W3 schools. All right, and let me just show you something here. SQL, because I don't want you to be wandering around. SQL is basically, it's not a database. SQL is not a database. All right, SQL is a standard for accessing databases. All right, and if you know a little bit about SQL, then you can work with these databases. All right, this is my SQL. This is the one we're using here. All right, this is my SQL. All right, and then we have SQL Server. This is from Microsoft. All right, this is also from Microsoft Access. This is part of the Office, Microsoft Office package. And Oracle is from Oracle, and then we have the Sybase and the DB2. So if you know SQL, if you know this standard, you can basically work with all these databases. All right, now what I want us to pay attention to is the syntax. All right, so this, we have a table, they have a table here. All right, and if you want to get everything from this table, you'll have to use what we call a syntax. All right, so a syntax is basically a function. I would say it's a function, right? The select will select everything. All right, so if you say select all, all right, from customers, is going to select everything from customers. All right, so we have the select. All right, the select statement handler, right? And the syntax is basically, you say select, that you put a column name. All right, or you can say select all, all right, from then the name of the database. We're going to be using this a lot. All right, we also have the insert into. This is when you want to post into the database. All right, so basically you go like insert into, then you call the name of the database. All right, then you say values, then you type in the values, right? And then we also have update. Update is like when you already have data in the database and you want to change a couple of columns, right? So you say update, then the name of the database, then you use the set. All right, I hope you can just find some time and go through the syntax. All right, because we don't have much time here, but we're going to be using the ones that we're going to be using a lot. So before we even finish this course, you would have learned a lot. All right, you would be learning a lot about how to use these syntaxes, right? All right, so I don't think I have to go through all these things with you. It's like I'm teaching you SQL. Now I'm not teaching you SQL. I'm teaching you how to use the important syntaxes, all right, to deal with your database. So let me not make this lecture that long, and I will see you on the next lecture. Thank you very much. All right, now let's look at how we can insert and update data, right, in our database. First, I like to teach you using the manual method. All right, so we are in our database. As you can see, we are in our course app database, and we are currently in the users table, right? So when you click on insert on the menu, where is it? All right, insert, and over here you want to insert from here, right, where the values. All right, just the values. Don't worry about all these, just focus on the values. And the first one, because you set it to auto increment, you're not going to touch it. All right, so over here let's just go ahead and put some values here. I'm gonna say email. I'm gonna say 𝐏𝐫𝐶 at virtual, all right, virtuallines.com. We're still sticking with our domain, all right? And then this is our virtual domain, by the way. Password, we just do 1 2 3 4 5. Then full name will be Kobe. I don't know how to spell his last name though. I don't know. I think it's Bryant. And then spending amount, I will just say 1,000. Now if I click on it, go, see what happens. A query is generated, right? A query is generated that says insert into users. This is the name of the table, right? and then followed by the names of the columns here, right? ID, email, password, full name, spending amount, right? So into bracket, it follows by the it's followed by the names of the columns, right? Then values, right? Value is one of the syntax words that you're going to call for inserting row, and you can see it says one row inserted, right? Now when you say values, the first one was null, right? Because we left it null, and then we followed it by the names of the values, all right? And what I want you to pay attention here to is the ID is the first one in the value, all right? The email is the second one. The password is the third one, right? So you can see it needs to follow the sequence, all right? If I put email here and then here I put the full name here, I'm going to get an error, all right? So these are the we can build queries from here, all right? You can build queries from here, all right, and run it. You can see we are inside SQL right now. We are on the SQL tab, right? So we can basically create our statements from here and run them. All right, we can build a select statement, we can build an insert, we can build an update, we can build a delete statement. So what I'm going to do, I will just go to browse and show you. These are the values that have been inserted now, right? So this is basically the interface method, all right? The user interface method. Let's try to do this using our code, right? Because basically you're going to be getting that values from forms, and then you're going to be writing queries here, and then the queries will be sending them to your database, all right? So I'll go ahead and take this out. We don't need them because we're already using and usually what you're going to do is you probably create a file, all right? You're going to create a file called db, all right, connection, right? db connection, like so, right? .php. I forgot to put a .php. Let me rename this real quick. db connection .php, all right? And what you're going to do basically is you're going to be keeping these, all right, inside it, all right? Excuse me. So I'll go ahead and do that. I will just go ahead and copy this, all right, and put it inside here, all right? So you have a file that is only keeping your connection information. You see that? Great. And then when you come back here, all right, anytime you want to use it, all right, you just include it. So here you're going to say include, all right? Then you open up your include function, all right? Remember we talked about this, and then you just type the name connection, all right, inside .php, right? And then now you can start writing your statement. You see how clean this is? It's pretty clean, right? So you don't have to be copying and pasting the connection all the time, all right? Great. Now everything I'm showing here is procedural, and we're not going to use this, but I want you to understand it, all right? So basically you're going to create an insert statement, and what I want to show you quickly is this. When you get stuck, I don't expect you to remember everything that we are doing here. Personally, I'll be honest with you. I know a lot, but I don't remember everything I'm teaching you here. All right? Now, developers get stuck all the time. All right? We got a lot in our head. All right? And we got things to do. Right? And we get stuck. And when you get stuck, you have to go and find your way out. Right? Now, what it takes you to find your way out is what makes you a good developer. All right? I'm gonna be honest with you. All right? Now, let's say you want to do a simple thing like insert values into a database. You can get stuck. It doesn't mean you don't know. You probably know it, but you probably forgetting a function, or you probably forgetting where to put a comma or something. Now, what you should do is you have to go online and find your way out. All right? I'm trying to teach you how to do things by yourself, right? I'm not just going to go ahead and explain things to you, and at the end of the day you forget and you get stuck and you said, oh man, I forgot what this guy taught me. How do I go about it? No. We're not doing that here, right? Now, if you go online, all right, if you go to W3 Schools, you click on PHP, you come down here, you're going to see MySQL databases. All right, you can find your way out from here. Right now, if I click on insert data, all right, because that is what we're working on, you can see the syntax here. All right, and you can see how it's being used. This is object-oriented MySQL. All right, we're not using this. We are using the procedural MySQL. Right, and you can see we have done mostly what they've done here, right? So what I want us to pay attention to is this sequence right now here. All right, so we're going to be doing something like this to insert data. Right, so let's go back to this one, and it's some people will use small letters, but it's advisable to use capital cases, right? At least for the names of your syntax. All right, so it's insert, all right, insert into, all right, and then you call the name of your database. All right, we got to confirm that real quick. It's users, right? Users, all right, and then followed by what is called we just have to open up a bracket. All right, then inside the bracket we're going to pass in the names of our columns. All right, that is what we have to do. We need to pass in the names of our columns here, right? 1 2 3 4 5. All right, and you don't have to make a mistake here. If you make a mistake, you're going to get it wrong. All right, now we're going to get back to that real quick, and then we have values, which is also part of the syntax, right? So we will values, and values will also be in a bracket, right? And basically what you want to do here quickly before you forget is, already you know the number of columns you have, right? So we got 1 comma, right? This has to be a comma, then 2, then comma, then 3, right, comma, 4, right, then 5. All right, and then we just type the names. It's got to be we got to close this. All right, now the first one is ID, all right, followed by email, all right, and password, and then full name. I guess I'm gonna verify this, by the way. Full name, and then followed by spending underscore AMT amount, right? Now I'll have to verify that real quick. So ID, email, password, full name, spending amount. I think we're good. All right, now inside here will be your values. All right, the first one is going to be null. All right, this is for the email, the ID. All right, so followed by email, we can say 𝐒𝐫𝐸, right? We already have for 𝐏𝐫𝐸, so 𝐒𝐫𝐸@virtuallines.com. Then the next one will be the password. We can just go 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then the full name. I think his name is Stephen Curry, right? And then inside here, the spending amount, let's just put something here, right? Now we've created our query, right? But we got to put it in a variable. We got to put this in a variable called query or SQL or whatever name you want to use, right? We got to put it in a variable called query, and this has to be in a quote like this, right? So we have created our query, right? Now what we want to do is we want to send this query statement to our database. All right, so what we're going to need a function for that. We're going to need a function called MySQLi_query. all right, so this function takes 2 parameters. All right, this is a function that you're going to use to send your query statement to the database. All right, so this function takes 2 parameters. First is the connection, all right, because it has to open the connection first before it passes this data in, right? So you're going to say, we're going to call the name of the connection, all right, which was connection. That is a variable holding the connection. All right, if you don't do that, you'll have to type all this in there. And imagine if we did not have these here, then you'll have to type these in here and all this in there. You can imagine how crazy your query statement will be, right? So this will be the connection, all right? So as soon as the connection opens, then followed by our variable that is holding our query, right? So like so, right? Now if we want, we can keep this also in a variable, right? We can keep this in a variable and call it maybe run_query. You see that? Yeah, we can do this. We can just say, hey, listen, run this query. All right, and then we can now check if the query was successful or not. All right, so we can say something like if, all right, if, and then we open this, and then we put if the query was successful. All right, then we can echo something like data has been inserted in your table, right, or database. Let's just say database, right? But if the connection was not successful, so we're going to say else here, right? The connection was not successful, echo something like data, just echo something. I don't have much time. All right, and then we got to put a semicolon here, and then we got to put a semicolon here, and then the last thing you want to do is you want to call a function called MySQLi underscore close, I guess. Yeah, close MySQLi close. And basically we want to close the connection. All right, remember to always close your connections after you send something, you open it. All right, so SQLi close. All right, now I believe this should work. All right, let's just test it real quick. First of all, we're gonna go to our browser, all right, and see if we're having an error. All right, so we got a whole lot of errors here. All right, and these errors basically have to do with the connection. It's like we're not getting the connection. The include is not working on line 141. You can see everything here is on line 141. All right, so let's go to line 141. all right, here, and I think this has to be in a code like this. Yeah, let's confirm the name, dbconnection.php. yeah, this should work. Let's see. All right, so we get database connection was successful. I think that was what we were getting from the try and catch, right? Yeah, this is what we're getting from the try and catch something. So let's go. We're not getting an error, so let's go to our database and refresh and see if we're getting the data. All right, so we're not getting the data, so we need to see why we're not getting the data, right? You know what, let's go ahead and write this this error, make it a nice error. Sorry about the notifications. I'm getting a whole lot of notifications. All right, let's just say that let's just make this a clean error, right? So data could not be excuse me, inserted, right? So now, and also let's try to disable, right? Let's try to remove that error, the other error message we will get from the database. All right, so we'll go to, and then we'll just comment this out, all right, because we want to see a clean error. We want to see why we want to get in it, right? So if I go back, right, let's save this. We go back to our so we said data could not be inserted. All right, now here you have to be careful here, right? I got my include working, I got my query, I got my everything working, but I'm still not getting it. So this has to be something that has to do with this statement. All right, so insert into users, that's correct, ID, email. Now that's not how to spell email. All right, then password, then full name, then spending amount. Let me just confirm if that spending amount is correct, right? Spending amount. All right, we got that. Values, is that how to spell values? Yeah, values, then null, and whatever. I think this should work. I mean, I see no reason why this should not work. So we're gonna save this. All right, and we're gonna go to our browser and see. All right, data has been inserted in your database. So if we refresh this, we should get it. We should get it. All right, so we saved it like 3 times, I guess. All right, so we have 𝐒𝐫𝐫𝐤𝐥𝐞. All right, so this is working. So it's working for the, I think the problem was the spelling of the email. All right, you can see how just one spelling mistake can mess up your whole application. Right, now we're gonna do something called update. All right, update is when I'm just gonna go ahead and remove this while I explain to you. Update is when you want to update a record, right? So these are records. We got 2 records here. When you want to update a record that has already been inserted, right? Excuse me. So that's what we're going to be doing, right? And we're going to use the let's start from here. We're going to be using the update function, right? The SQL update, all right? So you're going to say update, all right? And then you call the name of the table, all right? So this is going to be users, right? And then you say set, all right? Set is part of the update function, all right? So set and followed by your column name. So let's say we want to change what do we change? The full name here, right? Let's say we want to change the full name. So we're going to go small. We're going to go full underscore name, all right? Set full name equals then the value that you want to put in there, right? So we can say full name, and then we pass in, let's change this from Stephen Carey, right, to what to say, Chris Pauls, right? Chris Pauls, right? And now basically you're going to be editing somewhere that a record already exists, right? That's what you're going to be updating, right? So you're going to say where, you're going to use the where class, right? You're going to say where ID, all right, equals, now you need to check Paul's Chris's ID, right? Chris's ID is 9, all right? Look at it here, 9, all right? Now you're gonna put where ID equals 9, like so, all right? We need to keep this in a query, right? So we're gonna say query, all right, and let's just differentiate. We're gonna say query update, all right? And then we're gonna put this in a quote like so, right? And then we're gonna close this right here, all right? I'm gonna close this right there. And then so what we've done is, this lecture is getting long. I think we're gonna continue from the next lecture. So in our last lecture we were updating this user Carey, right, because he's the one that has the ID as 9, all right? Now what I actually want us to do is let's add because we can't just change the name and not the email, right? So let's just say comma, all right? And then we also set another value, right? We just say full name, all right? No, we already have full name, so this is going to be email, all right? And then we're gonna say email equals, all right? Let's just make sure we don't have, it might work though, but just make sure you don't have your spaces there, right? Take your spaces out if you're doing this with me. So email, we're gonna put this email will be cpauls, right, at virtuallines.com, right? So we get the we're about to update this record here, all right? This 𝐒𝐫𝐫𝐤𝐥𝐿, we're about to replace this with cpauls at virtuallines.com, and we're about to change the full name also to Chris Pauls, right? So that's the query, and we gotta close it here, all right? Gotta close it. We gotta make sure we don't have any mistake like we did on the previous lecture, right? Great. Now what we want to do is run this query, right? I think we already have a function here, but I'll just go ahead and say run underscore query. All right, this could be anything, all right? And then we're gonna say same thing, MySQL underscore query, all right? And then we're gonna pass in the connection, all right? Connection, because we need to open the connection first before we pass in the query. Right now the query name is going to be query update, all right? So that's what you're going to put here, query update. All right, we close this, and we can just copy our if statement. All right, we can just copy this, and then we're going to put this here and say, listen, if run query then echo data has been we can change this to updated. All right, updated in your database, and data could not be updated. All right, if we get an error. All right, now we're gonna run this and see it should work. I don't know. So we run this. Let's go to our, and then we're still getting this, which means we're still running this, right? We're still running this. So we're gonna take it out. Let's take these out, right? Oops, what I do. All right, let's take these out, and then which other error? Okay, now that is gone. Now we could not update data. All right, it says the query could not pass. All right, now the query couldn't pass because something is happening here. All right, we're closing our connection. All right, we're closing our connection right after we open, right after we call the database, right? So we gotta take this out of here. So if you had this there, it's not gonna work, right? You need to take your connection, the close connection, and then you need to put it. So basically the close connection goes below, or is the last thing that you have to call. Right, is the last function that you have to call. Now let's see. So we have data has been updated in your database. So if we get in here and we refresh this, we're gonna see the changes. Yeah, I expected to see this, all right, because we run this twice, right? Anyway, we get the one that the ID is 9, right? That is what we changed it, right? So we changed it to Chris Paul's, all right? Yeah, the name to Chris Paul's, and then we get in the email here, right? So we have successfully updated data, right? Now what's next on our list? We through with this, all right? So I'm gonna go ahead and cancel it out, so you know that we've done that. Now we're gonna go to select or fetching, right? How about I make this select and fetching is almost the same. Let me make this delete, all right? Delete. So we're gonna be selecting and deleting data, right? So over here, the select function. Oops, I want to go below this, all right? We're gonna cancel this out. Let's just take this out, because we don't want to run this again, right? All right, so below this here, we're gonna run our select query, right? You can select one, right? You can select based on an ID, so you can select one record, and you can also select all right? So if you want to select, let's just create a query. Let's call this query select, right? Query select, and then we just use our select. Again, if you get stuck somewhere, just go to PHP, all right, and then look for the go to MySQL and look for the select. You see, this is the select, all right, and you can find your way out, all right? So basically we're going to use the column name, all right? We select the column name from the table, right? So we are selecting, let's start with a select all, all right? Then we say from, all right, because our database has a lot of tables, so we have to specify the table that we want to select from. So select all from users, Now if we end this like this, is going to work. All right, we end this, and then we say select all from users. All right, we got to put this in a quote. All right, select all from users, and then we end it. It's going to return. If we run this query, I just go $_run query equals, all right, and we're gonna pass in let me just copy this. All right, we're gonna pass in we're gonna call our query function. We're passing our connection. All right, and then we have to replace this with this one here. All right, because this is the query that we're sending in now. All right, and all right, we have our connection down here. We don't want to make that mistake again. Now if we find something, all right, if we find something, let's just echo how about we echo the result. All right, let's just echo the result that we find. All right, now to do that, we need to fetch it. We need to fetch this result. All right, we need to say something like MySQLi. all right, I missed the S. MySQLi fetch, right, underscore array. All right, so this is a function that is probably going to return the result of the query, of the select all query. All right, it's going to return it. So we have to probably create a variable to hold the result, right? So we can say result equals, then we call a function, and then we pass in the query that we run. All right, and this also can take another parameter. All right, this can take another parameter which basically you specify in which array that you want it to be. Is it associative array or indexed array? All right, so if we want the result to come back in the form of an indexed array, all right, we're going to say MySQL SQL, all right, then underscore, and over here we're gonna say index, right? We're gonna say index. Sorry, I should say num, because the index, they have got the numbers right on them, right? So num. Now if we write this excuse me, all right, and we write an if statement, all right, to check the result. So here we can do something like this. We can say if, all right, so we're saying if the result has the index form of the result of the query that comes in, all right, then we can echo something like this. We can echo result, all right, and remember this is an array now, so we're gonna use the square brace. All right, and now we need to call the indexed, right, because we're using the index form, right? So we can say 0. all right, let's see what we get if we run this query. All right, so I'll save this and I'll go to the browser and I get 7. all right, now let's look at the database. So this is our database, and here we can see that we're getting the first value 7. all right, so this is the 0 index of the first value. All right, so if I get in and I change this to, let's say 3, all right, I hope I'll get something. Then I go to a browser, all right, then I get 𝐏𝐫𝐨𝐿, right? So 𝐏𝐫𝐨𝐿 is the third indexed number in this database. All right, what if I change this to associate, right? ASSOC, right? Which means we are getting this in a form of an associative array, right? So we cannot put 3 here, but we can now call the name. Check this out. We can now call the names of the columns. I think I did something like this, right? I showed you something like this. I said these will now be the names of what, of the key values. All right, so we would just go and then let's say full name. All right, we'll just go to our browser and say we gotta put a quote here and say full name. All right, so you can see how we are accessing the data. Right, we're selecting the data from the database using our associations. Right, now if we go here, we get on full name. Sorry, this is not how it is. All right, there should be an underscore here, and then we get in Kobe Bryant. All right, so you can see we are accessing the information in the database, right, with our associative arrays, right? So this is how to select, right? If you want everything, all right, if you want to select everything, you're gonna probably use you're gonna have to loop through, right? Remember I explained that to you, all right? Because now we are just selecting one values, right? But if you want everything, then we're gonna be using a loop, all right? Because now we selected, if you say ID is going to select only ID, all right, but we want it to loop through this, then come to this way, all right, go to the next, then get it, then come back and go to the next, then get it and come back. So you see how the loop works. And so if we loop through it, we'll be able to pull out all the data, right? But right now we're not looping through it. That is why we're getting the single data, right? So that is how to fetch data or select data from the database. What else we gotta do? I think we need to delete. Yeah, let's do the delete. Let's write a statement. All right, so we're gonna say query delete to delete a user. All right, a single user. We're not deleting all. All right, so here we're gonna say delete, and then we call the name of the table. All right, so we say delete from, all right, because we need to specify which table. So delete from users. Now if I run this, I'm going to delete everything inside our database. All right, if I run this, I'm going to delete everything here, but we want to delete this one, all right, because we have duplicates here, right? So we want to delete them. All right, so we're gonna say where, we have to use the where clause, right? Where ID gotta be small, where ID equals which IDs are they using? It's 12 and 13, right? So where ID equals 12, all right? So we're gonna pass the query in, and then here we're gonna say the next, the query, the statement or the variable that contains the query is the delete query, right? We don't want the result, we just want to go ahead and run our query, right? So we're gonna say if run query, right? If run query over here, if run query, if you run the query and you successfully delete the user, then we'll probably echo something like user successfully, right, deleted, right? We've put our question mark here now, so else we get an error that says data could not be updated, right? So let's run this and see how it's supposed to work. All right, so we save this first. Let's look at a browser and see if we're getting an error. So we get user successfully deleted. Now let's go and refresh and see what happened. All right, so number 12 is deleted, right? All right, now let's try and delete 13. All we have to do is change the ID from 12 to 13, and then we save. We go to our browser and we check. All right, successfully deleted. Now when we refresh, we get it deleted, right? So everything is working. We have experimented with our update function, with our insert function, our delete function, and our select, update, delete. All right, so I think we're good to move on to the next topic. All right, thank you very much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Alright, so instead of an exercise, I've decided we do something very important, right? We're gonna loop through our data and display the data. Alright, now this will be kind of long, so I will be rushing, and I'm kind of losing my voice, so I hope you will you'll understand me. Sorry about that. Now I've gone ahead and edited this. I've made some markup here, but this is still where we stopped, right? Where we were using the associate, right? What I did was I added HTML tags, right? Basically it's going to be a table like this. So what I want you to do is go to Bootstrap, right? Go to w3schools.com, click on Bootstrap, click on tables, all right, and then scroll down to, there are a lot of tables here. You just choose any one you want, all right, but I preferred the one with the borders because it looks nicer, right? So just click on try it yourself, and then inside the code, just copy everything, copy the markup, all right, and then just dump it in here, all right? Dump it on the page you're working on right now, all right? And make sure you save it and preview it in the browser. It's going to look something like this, all right? And you can see I'm having some hover effects because I added table hover, right, to the table class. That's why I'm getting the hover effect. It looks nice to me. Anyway, what we're gonna do, we're gonna leave this for now. We're gonna come back and try to fill this in, right? We'll try to display data from our database, all right, here, real time, all right. But let's look at a few things first. Last last lecture, I think, yeah, we stopped at something like this: MySQL associate, right? Now I want you to understand that there are other coupled functions, right? There is one called MySQL fetch associate. Now this works exactly as this, all right? So when you see this anywhere, all right, it's basically a function that is called to avoid you typing the second parameter, all right? So instead of typing this, you could simply say result, right? You could put your result here, result equals, right? You could say result equals, then you pass in your query, all right, and it's going to do the same thing, all right. I think we're going to use this because it's easier to use, right? But this works perfectly fine as this, all right. And then if I should change this to num, remember we had one num. This num loops through the arrays, right, and returns the result in an index format. This is another way to write it, all right. So if you call this function, or if you see this function anywhere here with a result set passed in like this, all right, then the result is going to come in a form of an array. Right now we can go ahead and test this if you want. Let me just put this here, all right. And which one should we begin with? Let's begin with a num, right? So we're gonna comment this out also. Now if I should echo, right, if I should echo result like this, I believe I'm gonna get an error, all right. Now I'm gonna get an error because it's an array. See, I'm getting this error, says it's an array, right, which means I need to call the index, right, the index number, right? So if I do 0, right, and I save, then I get 7, right? So it basically gets the first index value. So it works the same as the other one, right? Now let's text this one. Let me just comment this out, all right. Now this one is returning everything in a form of associative array, which means we can call the value, right? If we go the index value, if we do email, I hope we get something here. Yeah, so we're getting 𝐏𝐫𝐨𝐿 at virtual line, so it's also getting the first email, right? Now if you do this, all right, if you call in a result set just to get your values, if you do this, you're only gonna get one value, right? So what we have to do is we have to apply a while loop on this, right? I will just take this out, we don't need it. So if I go something like while, all right, and then I put all these in a bracket, right, and then I say while result, okay, equals MySQL fetch array, right? Then I open my curly brace, right? And then I put this echo statement inside here. What happens is I'm going to call all the emails inside, right, the database. You can see that I'm calling the 2 emails in the database, right? Because I'm looping through, right? I'm looping through to get the values that I'm calling, right? Same way if I do full name, right, full underscore name, I think it's like this, then I will get all the full names, all right? It's refreshing. Then I'll get all the full names. I got Copy here, I got Chris here, right? So already you can see we are already displaying the result on the page, right? Again, I'm losing my voice, but it's not gonna happen, okay? I promise you. Now what we want to do is we want to look at another, let's just comment this out first, right? We want to look at another function, function actually, yeah, called MySQL num rows, right? Num rows will basically count the number of rows that you've got that was returned to your query, right? So for example, if I say something like result equals num rows, then I pass in the query, right? No, this is the query, this is the result we're getting from the query, right? And then I save and I go to the browser. I need to echo the result. Now if I echo result like this and then I check it on the browser, what happens is I see 2, right? So the function counted the number of results, right, that the number of rows, right, inside this table, and we basically have 2 rows, right? Now when I say a row, this everything here is a row and everything here is a row. So this first row is a record, right, and this one too is a record. So that is what is happening inside here, right? Now when would you use this function num rows? You're going to use this function if you want to authenticate, right? If you want to authenticate, so for example, someone types in their email, right? We don't have much time to type, so I just put everything here. We get in this email, all right, and then we get in this password, right? And let's assume this email and password came in through a form or something like that, all right? Now you're gonna write a query, right, and say select all from users, because you wanna check the database if this user really exists, right? So select from all from users, where you can say email, all right, where email equals, and what you need to do here is you need to open 2 you need to put the function in a quote, right? But if you use double quotes, it's not going to work because you're already using double quote outside, okay? Don't forget that. So we say email and then we say password equals, all right, and then we call the password, which has to be in a single quote inside the SQL, because check this out, if I should have started with a double quote, you see what happened? I just messed my whole quotes up, right? Because I'm telling the SQL you close it from here, which is not possible, right? So you need to put single quote and just call the variable email, all right? So basically we're telling this that, listen, the query will be sent, all right, with this function, and compare with the email and password. This has to be password, to see if if there's a user there, right? Now if there's a user there, we could probably write a function and say if, and then we call our result here, right? Because we are counting the result, right? Now if the result, or let's do this, let's just echo result, all right? Let's echo result, all right? So basically if there's something, we will see 1, right? We need to see 1. If there's nothing, we see 0, right? Now, because there is no C here, the email has to be Chris Paul. So if I save this, I will see 1 here. So 1 means there is 1 record in our database that matches this username and password, right? So we can simply write a query like if, right? Then we check the result. There is result like this, and then we say if result is greater than 0, right? Because 0 means there's nothing, right? So if the result is greater than 0, then we can say something like redirect the person to their account or do something, right? For this, we're just going to say echo welcome, right? Echo welcome, right? And then if not, we just echo something else, right? So this is how you can use this function, the MySQL num rows. All right, we're going to be using it for our login, right? So you would understand more, right? Now I want us to come back to the MySQL associate because we want to fetch data, right? We want to get all the data from the database and then put it in a table, right? So what we're going to do, actually, we're going to comment all this out, right? Now, if you want to write PHP inside your what's this HTML, you have to basically open a PHP tag here, right? So you would want to do it where you want the values to go, right? Now if you take a closer look at this table, all right, we want the values to be here, right? So we have to be under the table head, right? So let's go to our code. This is the table head, all right? So below the table head, right here, we open up our PHP, right? PHP, and then we're gonna close this, right? We're gonna close this, right? But inside here we want to call our database, right? Because we're gonna need it to establish our connection, right? And then we're gonna write a simple query. We're gonna write a simple query and say, listen, select, right? All has to be caps. Make it a practice to use caps, right? Select all from then the table name users, right? We're not passing in anywhere clause. We just want to display all the result, right? So we need to run this query, right? So we're just going to say run equals MySQLi underscore query, right? And then we're going to pass in 2 parameters. One is going to be our connection, all right? Then the other one is going to be the query that we our query string, right? So we're going to put this in here, right? Now we have passed in our query, right? Now remember what we did here. We said while the result, right? So we need to write a while to loop through it, right? We say while, all right? Then we open this and say while the result. So we need to define our variable and call it result. Okay, this is what you're going to do, all right? While the result, all right, equals, all right, then we're going to call our what am I doing? Don't know where I pressed, all right? This is going to be MySQLi underscore fetch, all right? We're fetching the result in the form of an associative array, right? And we need to pass in our variable that is holding the result of our run query, right? Now based over here, what you're going to do basically is you're going to open this, all right, and echo, let's say echo, then you type result, all right, then you put your array, and then you call the name of the what you want to echo, right? Now what we want to do is we want to echo, right? We want to echo the result. You can see we are echoing the 2 results right here, right? Now what we want to do is we want to echo this result inside here, right? Because that's what we want. Actually we only need one row. We only need 1 table row here. All right, we want to echo the result in here, right? We have let's make this full name. All right, let's make this full name. Let's make this password. All right, password, and let's make this email, right? So if we want to, when we come here, we want to echo the full name here. So what you would do basically is you would take this out of here, because if you put it here, you're closing the while loop. All right, so what you do is you're going to close PHP, right? You're going to close PHP after you open the while loop. All right, you're going to close it here. All right, and then what you do is you come down here, right below where you want your data to go, and you can do this for a whole HTML page. All right, you just have to close your PHP, but you cannot close PHP unless you open it. All right, so I hope you will understand. It's a very simple process, right? What we're doing here is we are opening our while loop, right? But we don't want it to end here. So we are ending PHP here because we want to get into HTML. All right, so we're going to take all this out. All right, and then we're going to say, listen, PHP, we still want to access some HTML codes, right? HTML entities. All right, so this here is not ending here, it's going to end here, right? So but you cannot just write this, it has to be the PHP tag, right? So that is what we did exactly here, right? We're running out of time, so let's go ahead and open our PHP tag again. You need to open your PHP tag again because you are inside HTML now, right? So you're gonna open this and echo, right, result, and then inside it, this will be the full name, right? So we call the full name, and this has to be the same name you have inside your database, right? This one, it's got to be the same name because these are the key values now, right? Great, so we got that done, and now we need to echo the password, right? So we're gonna come here and then echo password, right? And that is password. All right, and then down here we're gonna echo the email. All right, inside here we're gonna echo the email. All right, that's it. Now if we go back to our table, we're gonna get the values. You can see we're getting the values coming in from the database dynamically, right? We can probably rename our table and say customers, right? And then let's just take this tag off. Right, now we're getting all the customers from the table. You can see that, and this is bootstrap, so it's looking nice, right? If you look at a table, this is what we have, and then if you look at our table, we got this, right? So if we add anything, let's do this manually because I don't have time, right? I don't have much time. If I go ahead and just write my name, and then I go gmail.com, all right, and then I put my password, all right, then I put my full name, all right, over here, and then I put okay, we don't have that yet, but I will go ahead and put it, and then I click on go, all right, and then I refresh this, all right. It takes a while to load, and then we're gonna see the result down here, right? So you can see we're getting the result down here, right? And this is coming straight from the database. So I hope you can just do this again. We're not going to do an exercise for this course, for this lecture, all right, because we are not going to use procedural PHP. We're going to use the PIDO, right? So just practice with the procedure and see how it works. I'll see you in the next section. Thank you very much. Welcome. I hope you really learned a lot in the course. You know, we looked at PHP. You know, we looked at MySQL, and we were able to do a couple of things. But this course actually continues, right? It's a full packaged course, all right. And in the full session, we look at object-oriented programming in PHP, right? Everything you need to know in object-oriented programming. And also we do not use the manual or the procedural way of establishing connections to databases and interacting with databases. We in the full course we use something called PIDO, which is very secured, right? And also we used AJAX to fetch data and post data without refreshing our page. All right, so I just hope you're gonna continue with the full course. All right, you've already gone halfway, so you can get this course on Udemy also. All right, and the name of the course I will write it in the description. It's a building database web application, right? So at the end of the full course we're going to be doing something like this. Okay, if I should log in with a and by the way, this is live. All right, this database application is live online. All right, it's not in the local host, so it's a finished product and it's working fine. All right, and here we get an error because I put in a wrong email. All right, so what I will do is I'll go ahead and register with a new account. Right, I can just say Mason, and we're gonna talk about forms also in the full course. We're gonna talk about how to work with forms also in the full course. So I'll go ahead and register here. And this should be here. gmail.com. I just want to show you what we're going to be doing at the end of this course. We're going to work with images, right? So I can choose an image from here. When I click on register, I get a nice message that says I've been registered. All right, now I can log in. So we have everything working, and you can see we got a welcome message with the data that we're getting, the name, right? Everything here is from the database. All right, you get your image here. You can go to your account and change your image, edit account, delete account, view customers, right? You can edit customers, right? You can update, you can delete. When you try to delete, you get a message that says, are you sure you want to delete? Click on no thanks. You can view reports on customers. And if you are looking at this, you see it took about a couple of seconds for this to show up. That is AJAX. All right, we set this inside the system, right? When I make any change here, all right, when I update this amount from 100 to 1000, you can see what happened. The changes took place and everything is coming back real time. We did not have to refresh this page. All right, let's go back to customers. You can also send customers emails. All right, I have a working email here, so let me just click on this message customer. All right, and then all the data is also coming from the database. All right, you can go ahead and write something here, and when you send, you get a nice message below that says your message has been successfully sent. And you can see I already got a notification. All right, so if I check in my mail, I get the message from here. All right, and it says this is a message that I just sent. All right, so we're gonna also take advantage of the mail function in PHP. It's gonna be a pretty cool app. I made sure I touched everything that you need to know to build database web applications. All right, you can add users from here and everything. So I hope you're gonna continue with this course and take this course. All right, just see this course to the end, and I'll make sure I don't give it at a very ridiculous price. Okay, So thank you very much. I'll see you in the full course.